The parties, we've been provided with a suggested timetable prepared by the parties yesterday or overnight, so thank you very much for doing that. That's much appreciated. We're happy to proceed on that basis, subject to there not being any problems with that from those not present. I understand Mr Mackay from Rambler Scotland has been copied into the email about that, and also that on behalf of the local area community groups, Councillor McGilvey's indicated that's suitable for them. So just to recap then, what that would give us for the rest of this week would be Mr Hughes finishing his evidence today, followed by Dr Young and then Dr Bowie. Tomorrow, Dr Bowie completing his evidence if necessary, then Dr Wright and Dr Coppins, leaving Friday for, I think, 10 witnesses from the local area community groups. So we won't nail that to the door of the hall, but we will put it on the website, which is the next best thing, and if we can work to that, then that would be excellent. Just before we, if that all sounds okay, and before we go back to hearing the evidence, there was one document that we had yesterday, App 1.35, which was the True Links book, and there was to be an updated version of that with some extra pages. Has that been prepared yet?
Yes, good morning, sir. The additional extracts have been prepared, and they can either be lodged as a separate SNH document, which I think would be SNH 126, or along with the earlier extracts as applicant.
Whichever, I don't have a particular preference, whatever is easiest for the parties, really.
I think for ease of reference, it might. Would you agree? So they can be circulated now, sir, or later this morning, if whatever's best.
So they're not related to Mr Hughes' evidence in any way, are they? I don't think so. They could be circulated after that.
Yeah, they're not required for Mr Hughes.
Okay, thank you very much. And if they could be emailed to our office as well, just so as with an electronic copy, thank you very much. Is there anything else that we have to deal with before we resume hearing from Mr Hughes?
Yes, sir. One other matter is that I undertook the SNH would check what the current site conditioning monitoring form was, and just to confirm, it is the one that's lodged already. The reference to an update in another document was a reference to an update in internal guidance and didn't affect the site conditioning monitoring form. So that remains as per the version that's lodged, which is CD 5.8.
Thank you very much, Mr Mackay. Ms Wilson, did you have something to raise as well?
It was in relation to the site condition monitoring form. I wonder if Milana Frank could clarify whether or not the document that Mr Hughes is looking at is an updated document. I'm just a bit confused in terms of it being an updated document. Are you saying that there's no change to the conclusions?
I'm saying that, first of all, I haven't seen the document that Mr Hughes referred to. I believe it's another document which is not an updated site conditioning monitoring form. The current site conditioning monitoring form is the one that's lodged.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else? Okay, in which case I'll pass back to you, Ms Wilson, for the cross-examination. Thank you.
Perhaps, Mr Hughes, we might just start with the site condition monitoring form that we were looking at together. When it transpired, you had a different document. Do you have CD 5.8?
Sorry, I think my colleagues are just bringing that.
Do you want it in hard copy, or are you happy to use it on a laptop? We can provide you with a copy.
I think it's being brought to me on a laptop. Thank you. Thanks. Yes, I have it.
Can I just ask you, before we look at this particular one, I'm trying to understand how you came to have a different internal document. Did you get that direct from SNH?
No, I'm unaware of where I've got it. I've obviously printed it off from somewhere, but so I'm sorry, I don't know the origin of it.
As regards
sorry, I've just been given the document that I was using yesterday. So this is the. So obviously it's in circulation. And I now have the document that we're both referring to, which I think are extremely similar anyway. I think it's just one of them has an extra column.
What's the extra column?
The extra column is to do with the impact on the golf course might have on attributes of the site.
Well, just to be clear, that version is not in circulation because the applicants don't have it and have never seen it.
In that case, I apologise for using it. I'm not sure where it came from. I apologise.
Now, yesterday you ran through what we have as the final column, the targets that were met and not met, and you were seeking to emphasise to the reporters that in your view it was important not to just look at the headline conclusion. But the fact of the matter is that in terms of SNH's monitoring of the SSSI, whether something is in favourable conservation status or unfavourable conservation status is the main conclusion that one has to have regard to, isn't it?
Well, this is exactly the point I was trying to make to help the reporters understand that although the overall conclusion, because of the strictness with which site condition monitoring results are interpreted, the overall conclusion is that the sand dunes are in unfavourable condition. And yet, if you look at the detail of the site condition monitoring report and you look at the various attributes which are in the far left-hand column, and they range from attributes including the extent of feature, vegetation structure, negative and positive indicator species, indicators of local distinctiveness, and so on. The vast majority of those, and I haven't done the calculation, but the vast majority of those meet the targets that are set down in the site condition monitoring form. So the point, again, really comes back to what I was trying to explain yesterday, is that there are certain aspects of the site, particularly on the western fringes, which are in need of some management attention, but there are large tracts of the site which are actually in very good condition, and the targets are met, as you see in the site condition monitoring report, the correct version of the site condition monitoring report.
Well, I think you're adding your own gloss to what one can take from this document with respect. It simply says whether the target is met. It doesn't say very good condition. It doesn't give any indication as to the actual condition. It's simply whether a target is met.
Well, I would contend that the target, the site-specific target, the standard targets, are designed to measure whether the site is, or that particular attribute is in favourable condition. So, and if the target is met, then that attribute is in favourable condition.
Yes, but there is a spectrum as to what constitutes favourable, isn't there?
As I said yesterday, there are, ecology is complex and inexact science, and there are certainly differences of opinion on various aspects of features which are across sites of special scientific interest across Scotland. But referring to this particular document, it's very clear that the standard targets and site-specific targets which are listed are assessed on their merits.
Could you answer the question, Mr. Hughes? There is a spectrum associated with favourable conservation status. It could be favourable and declining, or it could be just favourable. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And although in this column it may say that the target is met, it doesn't give any indication as to whether or not, even though it's met, there are negative impacts on the favourable conservation status. A target could be met, but there could still be negative impacts in terms of the favourable conservation status.
I'm not sure I follow your logic there. Maybe just try and explain that.
I think it's fairly straightforward. It doesn't fit with your logic, but if you accept that there can be, in relation to a particular attribute or feature, a conclusion that favourable conservation status is being maintained, or separately that it's declining, then it follows from that that simply saying the target is met does not tell the whole story.
Well, if the target is met for each and every one of the attributes which is listed in the site condition monitoring form, then the conclusion would be the site is in favourable condition. The reason the conclusion that it's in unfavourable condition is there are certain attributes, not many, there are certain attributes where the target hasn't been met, and therefore the conclusion is that it's in unfavourable condition.
Insofar as targets are not met, we can see from the conclusions on page 16 that there's a specific conclusion in relation to Coul links. But in the table itself, it's difficult to ascertain where the sampling points are, whether it's ferry links or whether it's Coul links. Is that not the case?
Is this the paragraph that begins June Heath underlined with Coul links below it? And it says 3 sample points failed due to presence of invading gorse and birch growth.
That's what we can take from this summary sheet. But in the table that you rely upon, or did rely upon yesterday, and try to make the point that something should be taken from the fact the majority of targets are met, we don't find within this table a clear indication as to whether or not this is in relation to a sampling point on Coul links or on ferry links. There are occasions where there's specific mention of Coul links or ferry links, but very often there is no specific mention.
So I'm reading the paragraph that says under Coul links, says Coul links, 3 sample points failed due to the presence of invading gorse and birch growth. Is that so? I mean, that appears to refer to Coul links.
Well, it's under a heading, but could you just answer the question? In the table, if you're looking at the table and you're pointing to targets being met, you cannot discern from that table, other than in a few exceptions, whether or not the sampling point is at Coul links or ferry links.
Ah, right. Now I understand. Okay. So, yes, I appreciate that you would have to infer from the standard target or site-specific target whether it was a habitat feature or a feature which was present on Coul links. You would have to infer that, yes.
What we do see from the conclusion is that there are 10 sample points altogether. If you look at survey methods, this is on page 14, and it's explained survey sample points were chosen in advance from aerial imagery of different dune habitat types at 3 locations within the site where sand dune habitat is found: ferry links, Coul links and Cambus Moor. Sample points were selected for each dune sub-feature on both of the main parts of the sand dune habitat, ferry and Coul links. This has resulted in 10 sample points for both fixed dune and dune heath, and 8 surveyed on embryo dune. 5 samples were taken of dune slacks, as this is present only on Coul links. At Cambus Moor, 1 sample was taken of the fixed dune grassland component. Now, that's not very many sample points, is it?
I think, you could argue that it's a lot or it's little. I think you'd have to ask SNH as to whether they consider that to be adequate sampling or inadequate sampling. I don't purport to be an expert on the numbers of samples taken on site condition monitoring trips, but it doesn't really change my overall point that what I'm trying to help the reporters with here is the fact that if a site is assessed as being in unfavourable condition, there is a lot of background information that comes with that, and some sites have many of the attributes which are assessed in unfavourable condition, and the site is can be in serious trouble, and it can need a lot of expensive management to bring it out of its unfavourable condition. In the case of Coul links, there are some features which are in unfavourable condition, but the majority of the site and the majority of the attributes are actually in very good condition. And that is the point I'm trying to make, because I think that is helpful to the inquiry.
Yes, and the point I'm putting to you in cross-examination is that that's, to use your words, soundbite point, because it's clear you don't really know what lies behind this site condition monitoring form. You're not an expert in it, and you're not familiar through detailed survey with the condition of the site, are you?
Well, I know the site. I've surveyed the site myself, so I mean, it's one of the reasons I think I'm here as a witness. And I also understand the site condition monitoring methodology. What I said is that I'm not an expert in, the numbers of sample plots and so on. There's a certain level of detail in site condition monitoring which, I think you would have to ask SNH about, because it's their methodology and they carry that out. But I don't think it changes my overall conclusion from the information that I've read in the site condition monitoring form and from my experience of the site. My conclusion is that there are parts of the site which are in unfavourable condition and need. I'll repeat it again.
There isn't a need to repeat it again. I've
Noted
it already.
Thank you.
You last surveyed this site in 1997, didn't you?
Yes.
And the most up-to-date survey information we have is the applicant's MVC survey.
Yes, very good survey it is too.
Thank you for that. And just in summary, the fact is, if we're going to play a numbers game as opposed to looking at the conservation significance of unfavourable conservation status for sand dune, there are 19 targets in the table that are not met and 72 that are met. So that's 20% are not met. That's not an insignificant percentage, is it?
It's 72%. So, I think it's probably a fair reflection of where we are with the site in some ways.
Sorry, just to interrupt you, it's not 72%, it's 20% that are not met. It's 72 that are met and 19 that are not met.
Yes, sorry, 72 that are met, that's right, and 19 that are not met. Is that correct? Yeah.
Equates to 20%.
Yeah, so I think the 20% is probably a fair reflection of where we are with the site in terms of some of the management interventions which are needed to bring that 20% into more favourable condition. But the fact is that 80% of it's not an area game. Obviously it's an attributes game. But the majority of the site is. I was going to actually, if I got the document this morning, I was going to do that very exact calculation myself. So thank you for providing me with those figures. And I would suggest that is a fair reflection of actually what's going on the site. Those figures are reflective of what's going on the site.
Well, for you to come to that conclusion, you're just ignoring not only the fact that conditions have worsened in the intervening 4 years since this condition monitoring was done, but you're also ignoring the likelihood of the condition continuing to worsen so far as sand dune habitat is concerned, aren't you?
I don't see the logic there. Sorry, I'm not ignoring anything that might happen in the future. I'm very keen to see the site come under a management agreement and for those unfavourable attributes to be brought into favourable management.
Well, you are ignoring the intervening period, what's happened between 2014 and 2018, and how matters could worsen going forward, because you don't mention it, and the information that you rely upon to say it's in good condition is dated.
Well, that's the information before the inquiry. So that's the information I'm basing my assessment on.
That's not correct, Mr. Hughes. It's the applicant's evidence to this inquiry that's the up-to-date situation, isn't it?
That is the up-to-date site condition monitoring information.
No, it's not the up-to-date. It's dated 2014. That is the information when the site was last surveyed for monitoring purposes. That's all you can say.
Yes, I'm referring to the site condition monitoring results, and that's the most up-to-date site condition monitoring results before the inquiry. So that's what I'm referring to.
Dr. McMullen, in his evidence to the inquiry, made the point quite forcefully that one has to have regard to the fact that we're entering what he described as a new epoch, moving from the Holocene to the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene being, as he put it, defined by the effects of human activity, and that conservation going forward in that era requires a different approach than previously. Have you given that any consideration?
I'm aware of the concept of the Anthropocene, and I'm not sure I understand the question. Have I given that any consideration in relation to what? Sorry.
Well, insofar as you're widely reported in the media claiming that this site is in very fine condition, have you given consideration to the challenges it faces as a consequence of the fact we are now within the Anthropocene epoch?
That's quite a deep question. Where have I said that it's in very fine condition?
Well, in the media you've been reported as saying that, and you say in your evidence that it's...
Did you point to the document where I've said that?
I will do in due course. We will go to your media statements in due course. You haven't considered these concepts at all in terms of future challenges to the site, have you?
The concept of the Anthropocene in relation to the challenges of the site. I mean, if I may, I think we're getting quite philosophical here. But the Anthropocene is a concept that's been put forward because the human footprint on the planet is now so deep and so extensive that we will be leaving a layer in the geological time record which will clearly show the impact of humans on the planet. That's the idea behind the Anthropocene. One of the reasons why the Scottish Wildlife Trust exists and I do my job is to try and reverse some of the effects of the Anthropocene and ensure that there's sustainable development happening in as many places in Scotland as possible. And where there are sites which are of particular ecological significance, and in this instance Coul Links has international significance, we will try and defend those sites from development. So in that broader context, yeah, I mean, yes, my organisation is striving to minimise the worst impacts of the Anthropocene that we are currently living through.
Are you aware that the question of nitrogen deposition is a very significant issue for this site?
Yes, I've heard some of the evidence on nitrogen deposition, and I know there's been a lot of inquiry time spent on that already.
And indeed, in Dr. McMullen's evidence, in his report, APP 3.1, he notes that 50% of dune biodiversity has already been lost to nitrogen deposition. That's a very significant negative impact on that habitat, isn't it?
Is this on a Scotland scale or a UK scale? Or
This is specific to the UK, and the effects, I think, across all parties' evidence are recognised as being relevant to Coul links?
Yes, I would agree that nitrogen deposition is a serious issue, yes.
And Dr. McMullen's evidence was that it was clear from the survey work that you can see the effects not only in relation to the spread of the scrub, but also in the way in which meadowsweet has taken hold within the dune slacks. Do you accept that?
Again, I think that the influence from the neighbouring agricultural land to the west and the nutrient input on that western fringe is the most severe nutrient impact. The meadowsweet issue, that I know there is a theory that the meadowsweet has grown well in some of the dune slack areas because of enhanced nitrogen input, and that may be the case. I think probably more research would need to be carried out before we could definitively make that connection.
And although you consistently repeat in your evidence that you would be anxious to see a management agreement put in place, the reality is for the dune heath habitat at Coul links, time is not in favour for the SSSI and for this particular habitat, is it? Something has to be done urgently.
For the dune heath, I think there's probably less urgency than some of the invading scrub from the west. And in terms of the nitrogen deposition issue, historically nitrogen deposition was far more severe in the past. We know this, for example, from the degradation of peatlands in the Pennines, which suffered from very severe nitrogen atmospheric deposition, and are currently, historically, in a much poorer state than some of the Scottish peatlands, which suffered from less nitrogen deposition because they were away from industrial areas.
Is it your evidence to the inquiry that, in your opinion, nitrogen deposition is not threatening dune heath habitat?
I did not say that.
And indeed it will impact upon not just dune heath habitats, but the other habitats as well that are identified as attributes on the site. Is that right?
It's true to say that nitrogen deposition does have an effect on vegetation composition, for example.
Just looking at your precognition, you emphasise very much within your evidence that the dune habitats, the sand dune habitats, which you discuss in relation to wetland habitats protected under Ramsar, is very much the focus of your evidence, isn't it?
Could you point me to the paragraph in my precognition which you're referring to, please?
Well, it appears at different points you make comments, but at 413, for instance,
yes.
You say the proposed development would adversely impact the wetland habitats and many of the rare species it supports. But your focus is on wetland habitats. That's why it is much of your evidence relates to international obligations under the Ramsar Convention.
Well, as I said yesterday, my focus in the precognition, I've focused on Ramsar because of its international context, and my experience with international bodies such as the ICN. And I felt that would be useful to the inquiry. Insofar as the site is a complex of wetlands and drier sand dune habitats, I would say that notwithstanding that the wetlands are an incredibly important feature and an incredibly important part of the site, I'm very much looking at the site in its entirety and the complexity of the habitats, as we discussed yesterday, which are clearly shown by the MVC survey, and the complex interplay between the different habitat types on the site, some of which are not classified as wetland features.
So is it your view, Mr. Hughes, that if one is considering the impact of the proposed development on the SSSI, you have to look at the site as a whole?
So I think when you look at the impact of the proposal on the SSSI, again, as I say in my evidence, 3.6, not 3.6, but if I could find the correct paragraph where I talk about you can look at the impact on each individual feature, which is designated under either the SSSI criteria, the SPA criteria, the Ramsar criteria, but you also have to look at the totality and the cumulative impact of all those different impacts. So the answer is both. You need to do the analysis on a systematic basis, looking at all the different components, but you also then have to try and understand how modifying a number of those features through development would have an impact on the interconnectedness, if you like, and the interdependencies of all those different processes interacting. And I talked yesterday about fragmentation and the island by geography theory to try and demonstrate how fragmentation of a site such as this with the imposition of an 18-hole golf course would have exactly that effect. So my answer is both.
In paragraph 3.1 of your recognition, you say this section covers the unique contribution Coul links makes in habitat and species biodiversity, including endangered species, and one of the best examples of largely intact dune systems with significant dune slacks in Scotland. Statement that it's one of the best examples of largely intact dune systems with significant dune slacks in Scotland you attribute to Professor Angus, as we can see from your footnote. But given that this is your evidence and you adopt that view, if you consider it's one of the best examples of largely intact dune systems, is it not all the more important to try and reverse the unfavourable conservation status?
Sorry, could you repeat that last bit?
Is it not all the more important to seek to reverse the unfavourable conservation status?
Yes, it is very much my opinion that we should be working on reversing the unfavourable, those parts of the, if you look at the site, go back to the site condition monitoring report, we do need to be working on those attributes which are currently in unfavourable condition, certainly.
Do you agree that the way in which one can assess the impact of the proposed development on particular habitats protected through the SSSI designation is through an ecological impact assessment?
An ecological impact assessment just gives you an idea of the impacts which will happen if the proposed development is then implemented.
Yes, but as you're giving evidence on the purpose of designations and policy frameworks, you'll understand that the way in which the UK seeks to protect designated sites is through through environmental impact assessment, which includes ecological impact assessment, isn't it?
Correct. I'd refer here to paragraph 6.22 of our inquiry report, which is a written submission on the EIA regulations. And if I may, because I know the reporters have requested that we present written submissions on areas of planning policy, which I think the EIA regulations falls into. But if I may just quote what we said from there, is that we say in the environmental statement.
Wait a minute till I get that document. Are you referring to your written statement?
No, we're referring to the inquiry statement from the Conservation Coalition, which covers EIA.
Did you say 6.2 or 6.22?
6.22.
And your point is?
So my point is the Conservation Coalition concluded from an analysis of the environmental statement that despite the further information provided by the applicant, it does not provide adequate information to satisfy these requirements as set out in the rest of the paragraph. Therefore, the application should be refused, and it is contrary to the EIA regulations. So, if we are going to discuss the merits or demerits of EIA, I would refer you to the inquiry statement.
Did you write this?
No, the Conservation Coalition wrote this.
Who were the authors, do you know?
The Conservation Coalition.
Well, it's not a natural person, it's a legal person, if that. But which individuals wrote it?
It was a joint effort.
Between who?
Between the various people that are involved in the Conservation Coalition.
Do you not know?
Well, there's no one author, so I can't point to one author.
Well, can you tell us who they were?
I could provide a list of names to the inquiry if that would be helpful. But
So you
I
don't
wouldn't want to try and start calling out. I can't recall all the people that have been involved in the Conservation Coalition's preparation of the inquiry documents. But well, I could draw together that list and submit that to the inquiry if that would be helpful to the reporters.
Sir, if I could just point out at this stage, it feels like the witness has been badgered somewhat, and to make the point that in part the coalition exists because you recommended to parties that they try and band together as much as possible to avoid duplication. As the witness has indicated, that particular document has many authors. In part, that's actually because the coalition came together following that recommendation to avoid the duplication of effort.
Well, sir, I'm not taking issue with the fact that a number of non-statutory consultees formed together in a coalition. Given that Mr. Hughes wanted to go to this inquiry statement and adopt paragraph 6.22 of his evidence, partly so that I'm informed as to whether or not he is the right person to put questions on this contention, there's not compliance with the EIA regulations, I wanted to know who it was had contributed to it. I think that's a reasonable question.
I mean, well, perhaps Mr. Hughes can answer that question, whether the contention that's in 6.22 that the proposal is not, or that the work done does not comply with the regulations. Are you the person from the coalition to answer that point, or is that for any of the other witnesses for the coalition?
Well, sir, if I can intervene at that point, I'm not clear what the relevance at this point of that question is. Mr. Hughes started this line of evidence in response to a question that he was asked. It wasn't directly part of his precognition, and as he's indicated on several occasions, his precognition was intended to address the request from yourselves for witnesses to deal with the purpose and scope, I think it was, of the designations. Compliance with the EIA regulations isn't within the scope of his evidence, and I don't actually recall him mentioning it until he was actually asked a question.
So, Mr. Hughes referred himself to this. I didn't refer him to this document. He chose to refer to this as though he had decided, whether overnight or otherwise, that this was something he wanted to draw to the attention of the inquiry. I'm entitled to ask questions about that. I don't begin to understand Mr. Coller's defence of his position and suggestion that he can't be cross-examined on something because it doesn't appear in his precognition. If the witness chooses to give evidence, then he can be cross-examined on it.
Well, Mr. Hughes did take us there. If in response it's his view that this is not part of the evidence he wants to give, then we can hear what he says about that. But he did take us there, so I'm happy to carry on for the moment.
Now, at the moment, we need to receive from the Coalition a list of who contributed to this document. But you've already told us that you didn't write this part, 622. Is that correct?
I wasn't involved in drafting that particular paragraph. That came from the Coalition, but as it's from the Conservation Coalition, that is the Conservation Coalition's position.
Can I just on that point, I mean, if Mr. Hughes has said he didn't draft that paragraph, I don't particularly see the value in us having a list of all the contributors to this document if it's those people aren't going to be here, or most of them, I presume, won't be here for cross-examination. I'm not sure what will be added by the provision of that information.
Well, sir, it's not necessary to go to this statement for the point to be made, because by way of example, take Dr. Young's evidence. He makes the same contention in his evidence that the ES is deficient. The reason that this has become an issue for the inquiry is not based on my cross-examination. As I've already said, it's based upon Mr. Hughes' reference to it.
Sir, with respect to my learned friend, it does come from the question she asked, because as I have it noted, she put to Mr. Hughes, the UK protects its designated sites through the process of EIA. So she raised EIA, not Mr. Hughes. In response to that, Mr. Hughes took her to the document, and as I understood his question, the point he was really making was this is part of the written submissions, and the whole point of the written submissions was we weren't going to discuss those issues at the inquiry. So I maintain my position from before that it wasn't Mr. Hughes who started the line in EIA, it was Miss Wilson.
So I'm not going to reply to Mr. Collar, just simply record I don't agree with anything that he said on this issue, and we'll address it in closing submission. And I certainly don't agree with the approach that if a witness gives evidence, it can then just be set aside and he doesn't need to be questioned on it. It's clear that he has referred to it. It's clear that he doesn't want to defend what's stated there, and I'll deal with it with other witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hughes, you met with Mr. Warnock, didn't you, before the application was submitted?
No, we had lunch, yes.
And is it not the case that at that point in time you advised him that you would object to the proposal?
Correct.
You, on behalf of the SWT, had already made your mind up without even looking at the ES that you would object?
That's correct, yes.
And I think there's hints of it in your evidence that your position is one of principle. You just don't accept the any development within the SSSI.
our planning policy, which is on our website and can be made available to the inquiry. We have a policy on the planning system which clearly states that if there is a significant development affecting an SSSI, then that contravenes our planning policy, and it means that we may object to such developments. Knowing the site as we did, and having managed it for 25 years alongside Camersmore Estate, it was very clear to us from the beginning that a championship golf course of this scale on a site of that size would very likely have damaging impacts on the integrity and the ecological features of the site. So it's fair to say that yes, we were very alarmed when this came to light, and it was our intention to campaign against the proposal before we'd seen the environmental statement, because it was to us extremely clear that there was going to be an impact.
And you did indeed begin that campaign?
Yes, we did, yes. I should clarify at this point that the Scottish Wildlife Trust's position on this is slightly different from the Conservation Coalition's position. The Conservation Coalition's position, I think, can be summed up in that the developer has failed to demonstrate no adverse effect on the designated features and the integrity of the site, and that includes through the environmental statement. It is our position, and has been our position from the very beginning, that a 18-hole golf course on Coul links would have extremely damaging effects, and that has been borne out since the inquiry documentation and the applicant documentation has been published.
Well, you can't say that about the applicant's documentation. The applicant's technical evaluation and the evidence from experts demonstrates limited significant effects.
Well, we would fundamentally disagree with that statement.
And SNH, with the exception of sand dune habitat, agrees with the applicant's conclusions in relation to the nature of the significant effects. The objection from SNH is maintained only in relation to sand dune habitat, isn't it?
From SNH's perspective, that is correct. The Conservation Coalition will go on to talk about various other aspects of the site, as you know, and my colleagues will cover birds, invertebrates and Lepidoptera in subsequent evidence sessions.
Could you go, please, to APP 1.26?
I have the document.
This is a letter from Mr. Thompson, who at that time was with DWF last summer, and is a representation to the Scottish Government setting out concerns as to whether or not the statements in the public domain would result in a call-in. And you can see from the second paragraph that the context is provided, the applicant did not anticipate making a further representation on the planning application in advance of the Scottish Ministers making a decision on whether to exercise their powers to call in. However, it now feels it has no choice. The notification of the planning application has, it seems, been the catalyst for a significant amount of misinformation. The notification of the planning application has, it seems, been the catalyst for a significant amount of misinformation. The proposed development has attracted considerable media attention both in print and on social media for a number of different reasons. Many of these reasons are neither of direct relevance to the planning determination that the Highland Council was obliged to make under Section 25 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997, nor the assessments that require to be carried out in relation to the designated nature conservation sites that form part of the application. Opponents of the development have put into the public domain a significant amount of misinformation regarding the potential impacts within that part of the application site which is covered by nature conservation designations. In addition, there is also a refusal to acknowledge in any meaningful way how the proposed development can, through management regimes, support a wide range of management objectives, not just in relation to the sand dune habitat, but also the other Lochfleet, SSI and Dornoch-Firth Ramsar site features which are not otherwise being supported by SNH or any other party. This is addressed in more detail below. And then over the page, there's specific mention of non-governmental organisations in the second paragraph. And it said some non-governmental organisations have clearly been persuaded, perhaps by the objector group, not Coul, that there is an issue of national and international importance in terms of nature conservation, without having carried out their own assessment work. These include the Scottish Wildlife Trust, the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, and the National Trust for Scotland. There is a very high-profile and coordinated attempt to seek to influence the decision of the Scottish Ministers to exercise their power to call in the application for determination. I think by that stage, the coalition had been formed as in the lead-up to the call-in decision. Is that correct?
So I don't have the exact date for when the Conservation Coalition came together.
Was it last summer?
As I say, I don't have the exact date. I'd have to find that out.
Sorry, we see in the next paragraph, the misinformation propagated is being repeated by each organisation in an attempt to have it seen as true. Just some of the examples of misinformation are attached. In none of the articles reporting the views of the RSPB, SWT and NTS are either the relevant legal or the relevant policy tests even mentioned. And then there's reference to Mr. Smith of the RSPB. And then 2 paragraphs down, there's a reference to yourself. Johnny Hughes, Chief Executive of SWT and a Global Counsellor for the IUCN, posted a blog on 9th August in which he referred to his association with Coul Links. He describes it as a love affair which began in 1993. Against that backdrop, perhaps the most striking feature of the blog is the lack of any mention of a recent visit to the site or to the sand dune habitat within the SSI, the restoration of which is one of the site's management objectives. The sand dune habitat itself has not improved since before Mr. Hughes' first visit in 1993. There is also no mention in the blog of any of the improvements which the applicant has committed to deliver and which will assist in meeting the management objectives for the SSI. Finally, Mr. Hughes refers in his blog to Coul Links being strictly protected and subject to 3 designations. He does not undertake any analysis but simply invites the Scottish Ministers to call in what he describes as the ruinous Coul Links golf proposal. A similar comment was made by Mr. Hughes to the BBC on 3rd July. Very partial rhetoric like this is common amongst the non-governmental organisations. The applicant is justifiably proud of the quality of the proposed golf course and continues to welcome informed discussions around the proposals. To this end, the applicant has made repeated offers to RSPB, SWT and NTS to visit Coul Links and to discuss the proposals in the first 3 years. And then it said not only were the invitations not accepted, but no response was received from any of the organisations. Now, I'm informed that Mr. Warnock personally invited you to visit the site and to have the proposal explained to you. Is that accepted by you?
We received no formal invitation to a consultation meeting. There was informal exchanges.
There were informal exchanges?
There were informal exchanges.
Between yourself and Mr. Warnock?
That's correct. But the Scottish Wildlife Trust never received a formal invitation to come to a consultation meeting to discuss the proposal.
No, but you were given...
There were suggestions such as, you should come up sometime, see the site, that kind of thing. But there was never a formal invitation.
So are you relying on some artificial distinction between a formal invitation and an informal? Surely if you were that concerned about this development, and before you described it in the media as a ruinous development, you would inform yourself properly before reaching that conclusion, would you not?
As I say, we knew enough about the site, and we knew enough about the scale of the development. We understood that the imposition of a golf course on Coul Links, given its importance and its size, couldn't go ahead without a loss of integrity of the site, hence our campaign from the very beginning. In relation to some of the things you just said, I think I would again go back to what I said yesterday. There's a distinction between the Scottish Wildlife Trust running a campaign to protect a triple protected area in the media, and I wouldn't be doing my job, frankly, if I didn't do that. Similarly, my team wouldn't be doing their job. And the evidence which I'm here to give at the inquiry on the purpose and significance of designated sites. So whilst this is quite interesting kind of historical context, I'm not sure its relevance to my recognition. I would also say that I do refute the claim that there was misinformation, because I think the information that we've put out, now the applicants may not agree with it, but in our view that the information that's been put out there in the media has not been, certainly not deliberate misinformation, and it's we stand behind what we've said in the media, and if there are mistakes in that, please let me know what you think they are, and we'll be happy to clarify those.
Well, it's not necessary for you to agree that my line of questioning is relevant for me to be entitled to put it to you. And whether it has a bearing on the content of your recognition is a separate issue. There's a question as to whether or not the views that you hold are impartial and objective. Is that not the case? That's a relevant matter as to whether or not you have impartially framed your evidence and objectively framed your evidence.
Yes, I mean we're a science-based organisation. We, as much as we may be very passionate about protecting nature, of course that's our mission. That's our charitable mission. We do that in such a way that we will marshal scientific evidence to make our case.
Well, we'll hear from the witnesses for Coalition in due course as to when they put together their evidence. But if you could turn to the attachment to the letter, please. And this is what was being referred to by Mr. Thompson in his letter as to the statements that were made. And if you go to page 3 of 12. We see in this extract the statements that were cited, and under the heading ruinous development, reliances or references made to the fact you are an IUCN councillor, and you are reported as having said this: if an overseas tycoon proposed converting Edinburgh Castle into a shopping centre, the Scottish Government would quickly step in to protect a national treasure. Coul Links is the natural heritage equivalent of the best of our built heritage. and Planning Minister Kevin Stewart must surely heed international calls from IUCN's World Commission on Protected Areas to put a halt to this ruinous development. For a start, Edinburgh Castle isn't simply a listed building or the like, or a nationally important asset. It's an internationally important asset, being a World Heritage Site, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
You're not comparing like with like in this statement at all. I mean, it's an over-exaggeration as to the value to be attributed to a site that's been identified as being of national importance, i.e. the Coul links, SSI, and also with separate international designations that we're all in agreement apply. Is that not the case?
Yeah, what I was trying to do there clearly was make an analogy between built heritage and natural heritage, because I think sometimes it's felt that some of our magnificent built heritage is considered by society to be incredibly important, and some of our natural heritage spaces, such as Coul links, are sometimes overlooked. So I was really attempting to draw attention really to the fact that this is an incredibly important local, national, and international site of huge natural heritage importance. Hence, making that analogy, I wasn't even considering that Edinburgh Castle was a World Heritage Site at the time. I mean, you could use any number of different built heritage assets in Scotland, not necessarily World Heritage Sites, to make the case. But that's the point I was trying to make.
Well, you invited me to point out where there was misinformation, and that's such an example. Because, as you've accepted, it is not comparing like with like. Can I ask you this, from the statement or the reference to the overseas tycoon, to what extent are your views influenced by the fact that the developers are not from the UK, but American?
Well, they're not influenced at all by that.
You would accept that inward investment into the country is crucial, particularly at this time, is it not?
Inward investment into Scotland is, I think it's desirable. In many ways, it's desirable, just like any investment in sustainable development is.
And if the reporters and Scottish ministers conclude that there are more conservation benefits associated with the development, then it wouldn't be a ruinous development for the site, it would be positive. That would be the conclusion to be drawn, would it not?
Well, it's my view, and as set out in our inquiry documentation, it's the Conservation Coalition's view that a golf course development on this site would detract from the natural heritage interest and adversely affect the integrity of the site. So, in that sense, I mean, the word ruinous is not a technical term. I agree. I mean, it's a term that I used in the media. It's not a term that I would use in the inquiry because it's a non-technical term, if you like. But again, it's a word that neatly surmises the scale and the intensity of the impact that would come from such a golf course development on such a sensitive site.
That's an entirely subjective view that you don't support yourself with your own data or assessment, do you? Well,
there was many subjective views on both sides placed in the media during the campaign, if you like, in the run-up to this inquiry. What I'm trying to do in this inquiry is stick to the facts and talk about the case for the case that's made in my recognition. So I think there's again I'd make the distinction that what we're trying to concentrate on this inquiry is the purpose and the significance of the designations, and what was said during the run-up to the inquiry, and the language used is a very different thing to what we're trying to achieve here in the inquiry, is using and looking in detail at the evidence.
Could you turn on in this document on the question of what evidence you had or have to reach a view. And there's your guest blog that's referred to in Mr. Thompson's letter. The easiest way to find it is to go to the end of the production, and the last 2 pages are your blog.
Yes.
You could identify it, with no disrespect to you, Mr. Hughes, by the photograph of a much younger Johnny Hughes.
Thank you for reminding me.
And we see your background set out underneath the photograph, which you've already told us about in your evidence. And on the next page, page 2 of 5, the 5th paragraph, do you see the paragraph that begins, meanwhile, Trump-style tactics were increasingly being deployed by the American developers Todd Warnock and Mike Kaiser? Why shouldn't they adopt the strong-arm approach that Trump took to getting planning permission for Gulf and many links, SSSI and Aberdeenshire? The all too familiar claims of near 100% support from the local community that the environment will be improved and the commercial benefits will revolutionise the local economy were employed in Aberdeenshire to good effect and have been used again at Coul links. Say it often, say it loud, and it becomes true. History repeating. That again does suggest that you have a particular resentment born out of the fact that in your mind you compare the developers and the applicants in this case to the Trump organisation and Donald Trump in particular.
No, that's not the case on 2 points. First of all, I say Trump-style tactics were being increasingly used. I don't compare the developers to Donald Trump. Secondly, I refute entirely that this is something to do with my dislike for Americans. That's I think entirely untrue.
Slightly ambiguous, so I just want to be clear in fairness to you. Are you saying you do have a dislike for Americans, but that's not what you're saying, or you're saying it's not influenced you?
If these were French developers or Spanish developers, that statement would read deployed by Spanish developers. It's nothing to do with the nationality of the developers.
Okay. And the comment that you make of claims of near 100% support from the local community, there is a support group from the local community who will be giving evidence to this inquiry at the end of this week and beginning of next week, isn't there?
There's also a group sitting to my left that are going to be giving evidence in the opposite direction. So, I am comparing certain aspects of this case to many, and there are certain similarities there. And I actually stand by what I've said in that paragraph, albeit because it's a blog article. It's slightly more colourful language than you're used to hearing in a public inquiry, for example. But I do stand by what I've said there.
Well, I've asked you about the other factors, but in relation to the local community group, have you read their evidence?
Sorry, which local community group?
Who support the development?
I've seen some of it. I haven't read it all, no.
The final point in relation to those media statements is the reference in there to the letter from the chair of the IUCN, which you produced as JH4. Could you look at that, please?
Yes. So just to check, is this the letter to Highland Council dated 21st of November 2017?
No, it's the letter of 30th June 2018 to the Scottish
okay.
Ministers.
There's two WCAPA letters. I just want to make sure I got the right one. After yesterday's debacle. Okay, thanks.
Now, as we know, you're a councillor. Did you approach the chair and provide the chair of the IUCN with information related to this development?
Yes, I approached the chair and gave her the objections from Scottish Wildlife Trust and RSPB.
But you didn't give her any information that had been produced as part of the environmental impact assessment process published by the applicant?
No, it would have been up to WCPA to look at that information.
I think at this point, by this point, this letter was being made or was provided as part of the representations that you were arranging regarding the Highland Council's decision. Is that right?
Sorry, I didn't quite get that question.
This letter was written after the Highland Council's decision that they were minded to grant planning permission. If you see the third paragraph, WCPA is aware that planning permission was recently granted by the Highland Council and for a golf course at Coul Links in East Sutherland. The site includes areas of coastal sand dune and dune slacks that are designated for their international and national conservation.
Yes. Correct, yeah.
So I think it's fair, is it not, to infer from this that this is a letter that was sent to influence the decision to call in the application?
Yes, I mean, it clearly states in the last sentence, the WCPA therefore urges you as Scottish Ministers to urgently call in this proposal and defend this internationally important nature area. Final sentence.
And we also see in the paragraph above that the IUCN has reviewed what is described as a detailed evidence-based objection by IUCN members, SWT and RSPB, as well as the statutory objection from your own agency, Scottish Natural Heritage. But there's no mention there of the Highland Council's report to committee having been provided or reviewed.
There is no mention there, no.
Therefore correct that you did not provide that to the chair.
I didn't provide that to the WCPA. I don't know whether the WCPA read that themselves, so I can't say for sure.
But we don't see it referenced in this letter.
No.
And it's clear from your precognition, isn't it, that you view this application as setting a dangerous precedent?
Yes, I think that's one of the reasons why WCPA took the rather unusual step of writing to both Highland Council and Scottish Ministers in the way they did, because when they became aware that this was a site which was designated an SPA as well as a Ramsar site, so it had international designations, and being aware also that we'd lost another protected site to a golf course development 10 years ago at many links, they were extremely concerned, so they took the unprecedented step to write to both Highland Council and Scottish Ministers, as I say. Sorry.
As you've told us in your precognition and on a number of occasions during your evidence yesterday, your purpose in giving evidence is to look at the relevance of the designations. And you mentioned that SWT maintained an objection in principle to this particular proposal because it was located within a SSSI based on your planning policy. But do you accept that so far as SPP is concerned, the government's planning policy, there's no embargo on development within a SSSI? There are tests that have to be met.
Again, we're straying into planning policy here, and I could go to our inquiry statement and refer to the relevant paragraphs of the Conservation Coalition's position on planning policy, but we have included that in written submission. I don't know if it would be helpful for the reporters to point out the relevant paragraphs in the written submission.
It's, with respect, not necessary to go there. It's quite a simple question. You've referred in your evidence to SWT's planning policy, as you referred to it. I'm simply asking you whether you accept that in terms of SPP, there is no embargo on development within a SSI.
No, yes. I mean, I'm aware of the relevant tests that are required for a development to be consented on SSI, and yeah, they are a high bar, obviously, but it can happen.
That was paragraph 4.14 of Mr. Hughes' precognition that I was referring to. Could we just look at the objection letter, please, which is CD 3.8?
Yes, I have it.
Do you have that on the first page?
It's the first page, the Dear Sir, Madam page. Sorry.
Letter of 27th October 2017.
Yep.
Just till we try and find it. Okay, we got it. Thank you.
Do you have it, Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
And on the first page, we've got summary through bullet points as to the grounds of objection.
Mm-hmm.
If you turn into the second page, the structure of the response is considered. And turn on, please. It's not numbered, but the fourth page, the first line of the fourth page illustrates the proposed layout of Greens Fairways.
Yep.
And then do you see at the end of that paragraph, it said, for these reasons, we do not think the conclusions in the environmental statement of the development will have a moderately significant beneficial effect on the features of the Donegal Fleet SPA can be sustained. Our view is upheld by the conclusion of the inquiry report and the many decision who found that. And then you cite from that report, the development would have a significant adverse impact on the southern third of the Foreign Links SSI. Here the dynamism that underpins the designation of the SSI would, for the majority of the holes in the back nine of the championship course, be halted. Much, though not all, of the geomorphological interests in that affected part of the SSI would be compromised, alongside a major adverse effect on the coherence of the ecological structure and function of the impacted area, comprising the objectives of both designation and overall integrity. And then you go on to say, I should have just made the point, this is a letter that was issued in your name, wasn't it?
It was issued in my name on behalf of the organisation, yeah.
And then you go on and say, it's important to note that the reporter was considering proposals where 9 holes would be located within a triple SI, whilst in these proposals, 12 holes would be entirely located within the SPA, 4 partially and just 2 of the 19 holes out with it. It is clear from this finding, and there you're referring to the finding from many, that the proposed development would have a major adverse effect on the coherence of the ecological structure and function of the impacted area, comprising the objectives of both designation and overall integrity of the Dornoch and Loch Fleet SPA. I mean, this is seriously flawed, this passage within the letter, because you're not comparing like with like as between Fodron and Coul links, are you?
I would agree that the two different types of dune systems, but there are some similarities. The reference there to the significant adverse impact on the Fodron links SSSI was really to demonstrate more broadly that if you put a golf course development on sensitive sand dune systems, it has significant adverse impact.
Well, with respect, what these 2 paragraphs demonstrate is a misunderstanding on your part as to the relevance of the decision in relation to many. The decision and the part that you quote has nothing to do with conclusions being reached in relation to an SPA. It's purely to do with the triple SI, isn't it?
Yeah, I would agree, actually. I think that may be a mistake in terms of the relation to the SPA, because I mean, my colleague will give evidence on the SPA qualifying features on the birds later on in the inquiry, and I suspect that what we're trying to do there is basically link the habitats which are fundamental to supporting the SPA qualifying features, which are the birds, with the we're trying to connect the species designation with the habitat designation, if you see what I mean.
And whether there is any relevance to this finding from the many decision to this case depends upon the attributes, the notified features of the Fodron links triple SI, doesn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat that question again?
Whether the finding that you cite and rely upon in this letter from the many decision has any relevance to the Coul links proposal depends upon what the notified features were or are for the Fodron links triple SI as compared to the Coul links triple SI.
Well, I don't think our objection is fundamentally predicated on what happened at many. What we're trying to do in that comparison, in that part of this objection letter, and it really needs to be read as a whole, is to say that sand dune systems are of a particular sensitivity. So when a golf course development or any other development of that kind of nature or scale is placed upon them, they are sensitive in the sense that they will very likely suffer significant adverse impact. So it was just trying to make that point.
Well, it's misleading, I'm putting to you, because it's not comparing like with like, and the Fodron links triple SI has different notified features. The coastal geomorphology is the reason for the designation of the Fodron links. It is not a Coul links, is it?
No, that's correct, yeah.
Ms Wilson, sorry to interrupt. I'm just thinking about when it might be time to have a short break, but it depends on how long you think you have left for cross-examination, or whether you think this is a good time.
It would be a good time, sir, and I'd expect that it would be no more than half an hour, hopefully less.
Okay, thank you. So we can take a 10-minute break now and start again at 11:05. Thank you. Ms. Wilson.
Do you still have the SWT objection letter?
CD 3.8.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this is really just to note that the same argument that I've been discussing with you under reference to the many decision is then repeated by cross-reference at the bottom of the next page in the last paragraph in respect to the sand dune habitat. Is that correct? It's the paragraph that begins, as well as the effects on these ornithological features, a particular additional concern in relation to the Ramsar site relates to the effect the proposed development would have on sand dune habitats. The same comments made above in relation to the effects that the proposals would have on habitats of the SPA also apply equally here. It's equally clear that the finding of the inquiry report and made to the many decision described above means that the proposed development would have a major adverse effect on the coherence, etc., and the overall integrity of the Dornoch and Lochfleet Ramsar site. Did you see that?
Yes. Again, I think the point we're trying to make here was the comparison to the sensitivity of sand dune sites in general.
Do you accept that there is no test in relation to integrity of a Ramsar site?
In planning policy, you mean?
Yes, either within planning policy.
Let me just refer back to our inquiry statement.
Sir, I'm not sure of the relevance, given that, again, this was a matter that was dealt with in the written submissions.
So it's been made clear in the procedure notice that whilst submissions or evidence on planning policy was to be dealt with through written submission procedure, that you were also clarifying that you accepted that in certain instances there would be a need, or there may be a need, to refer to policy tests relative to the facts. And this is the objection letter that went in and upon which SWT rely. Therefore, I think it's entirely correct that I should put this when Mr. Hughes tells us that the purpose of his evidence is to address purpose and relevance of designations.
Okay. I mean, our reason for referencing it in that manner was to allow for the possibility that when we're talking about particular aspects of the site or features of the site and impacts on those, that there might be a natural flow from what those effects would be and what that means for the relevant policy tests, rather than a more general discussion of policies and what they mean. So if that's where we're going, then that's fine. But if it's a more general point about what the policies say and their general framing, then I think our view would be that that's really for the written evidence to have covered. So with that caveat.
Thank you, sir. No, it is related to how they apply to the facts. Right, I'm reminded that the question that I was putting to you was whether or not you accepted that there was no test based on overall integrity of a Ramsar site in planning policy.
Sir, I don't think that's a fair question to the witness, because that is actually a question on a matter that is dealt with in the written submission. I would suggest that, in fairness to the witness, if Ms Wilson wants to proceed with the question, she direct him to the relevant part of the Coalition's inquiry statement where the Coalition's position is set out, and then goes on to ask the witness the point about the effects of the development, which is what you indicated would be the relevant part. So far, all we have is a question which, as I've said, is dealt with in the written submission.
That's a re-examination point, so I'm entitled to put the questions in the way that I want to. And overall integrity is discussed, or the issue of integrity is discussed by this witness in his precognition.
So, which part of the precognition are we referring to, sorry?
Sorry, I had it a minute ago. First of all, there's cross-reference in 3.11 to the letter from the Chair of the World Commission that I've already referred to. And specifically at paragraph 4.7, it says the evidence presented by the applicant fails to demonstrate that the proposed development would not adversely affect the integrity of the Ramsar site and their species. So I'm entitled to cross-examine on that statement.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe if you just turn to paragraph 4.7, please, of your precognition. Do you have that?
I have that.
Now, you're clearly stating there, and it's a criticism that you make of the applicant, that the applicants failed to demonstrate that there would be no adverse effect on the integrity of the Ramsar site. So I'll put the question again. Do you accept that there is no policy test requiring an assessment of the effect on the integrity of the Ramsar site?
I'd refer back to the inquiry statement, paragraphs 5.6 to 5.11, where the Conservation Coalition discusses the Ramsar site, where we say the proposed development is likely to have a significant effect on the Ramsar site and its listed features, and therefore Scottish Ministers, as much as the competent authority, make appropriate assessment of the implications for the listed features of the Ramsar site. And if I could also point you to, this is in relation to criterion 1 of the Ramsar site's criteria. So criterion 1 talks about a wetland should be designated if it contains a representative, rare or unique example of a natural or near natural wetland type, as discussed yesterday, and that's why this has been designated as a wetland. And then if you go to CC12, which is the Ramsar Handbook on the Wise Use of Wetlands, 4th edition, that gives a definition.
Could you just wait, please?
I'll wait, yes, until you've got the document.
You can go to that document in due course. I know that there is a written statement, and I know why it is that Mr. Collar is anxious that you adhere to the position of the coalition, but I'm asking you what your personal view is as the witness to this inquiry. I want to know what your own personal view is, and whether or not you agree, given that you're giving evidence to this inquiry as to the purpose and significance of the designated sites, that there is no policy test that is based upon an assessment of integrity of a Ramsar site.
Well, insofar as Ramsar is now linked to the SSSI integrity in planning policy, in that sense, because you're looking at the overall system as well as its individual components.
Or the SSSI?
Well, I need to now go, and I now need to refer back to our statement on Ramsar. Could that be made available to me? Sorry, might be quicker for my colleagues to.
I understand the point that you're trying to make, Ms. Wilson, and I appreciate that the witness has indeed referred to the test, but I'm not sure that an exhaustive examination of this witness, who is not a planner, on the latest interpretation of planning policy, which is something that's been explored by others, by a particular exchange, is going to take us much further.
Well, sir, if the point I'm making is understood, then I'm happy to return to it in closing submission at the end of the day, and note the fact that so far as the evidence of this witness is concerned, he will only rely upon the Ramsar the coalition statement.
Okay, thank you.
I think you were going to go to CC12.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to clarify this. So coming back to the purpose and significance of designated sites and the purpose for Ramsar, in relation to criterion 1, I'm thinking now about not just the individual features within the site, but the what you might call integrity, which is described in the Ramsar Handbook for the Wise Use of Wetlands, 4th edition, where it updates the definition on ecological character and change in ecological character of wetlands. And it says there under paragraph 15, the ecological character is a combination of the ecosystem components, processes, and benefits and services that characterize a wetland at a given point in time, which captures the point I was trying to make, that the site is more than a...
Did you say paragraph 15 or CC12? I'm looking at your documents. Just bear with me a moment,
CC12,
please.
yeah.
What page number?
It's Number 14 on the printed version.
Okay.
I think, sirs, if you're looking in the electronic version, it starts at 855 of the PDF.
So you refer to this paragraph for what purpose?
In relation to integrity, because ecological character and the combination of ecosystem components, processes and benefits is related to integrity. And one of the reasons for the designation of Ramsar sites is to maintain the ecological character, which is the combination of ecosystem components, which relates to integrity. And if those components, for the purposes of implementation of Article 3.2 in the Convention, which I need to cross-reference, change in ecological character through human-induced adverse alteration of any ecosystem component, process, and ecosystem service benefit, I would contend that that is a loss of integrity.
Predicated upon the assumption that the loss of integrity is the relevant test, isn't it?
Again, I go back to our planning submission there, and we
Don't need you to repeat the position of the planning statement. If you're not stating your own view but relying upon that, then it'll be dealt with in the submission. I think you also referred to the citation. Could you have that, please? CD 5.3.
yes.
You were referring to criterion 1, is that correct?
Yes.
Paragraph 12 is more specific in relation to Coul links. Do you know how many of the species that are identified in relation to criterion 1 can be found on Coul links as opposed to elsewhere within the Ramsar site?
Yeah, well, we went here yesterday, and this is to do with the variety of wetland features. And I would point to paragraph 10, where it says in the final sentence, the sand dune, salt marsh and estuary habitats are of international importance for their flora and geomorphology, and then cross-reference you to paragraph 19 of the information note, where it lists the assemblage of internationally important habitats directive Annex 1 features, and then goes on to talk about the nationally important species occurring at the site, and it lists 5 species there. But I would add that that is not an exhaustive list. It's not supposed to be an exhaustive list, and there are a number of species associated with those Annex 1 habitats which are also important.
Well, I think in your evidence in chief, under reference to paragraph 19, you referred to the sand dune habitats, but you didn't refer to any of the other features.
I did, because I was talking about criterion 1, which is the rare and unique examples of natural or near natural wetland types found within in this case the site, rather than the species, which my colleagues and my other Conservation Coalition colleagues will be covering in detail.
I think the question to you is quite a simple one. Do you know, looking at paragraph 12, which of the species mentioned there are found within Coul link? Sorry, which of the habitats found there are within Coul links as opposed to elsewhere within the Ramsar site?
Well, I have to check recent records. Zostra angustifolia and Zostra noltii are both mudflat species, so they'll be out in the estuarine basin. So I'd have to look at the boundary of the northern part of the site to assess that. As for the other 3 species, Centarum littorale, I think, has been recorded on Coul links, but I couldn't say for sure. And I understand that Juncus balticus has also been recorded, but I'd need to check.
So you don't know?
I can't say for sure whether those 3 species listed under the nationally important species are still, from recent surveys, have been found on the site.
Could you have your recognition in front of you, please?
Yep.
In section 3.12 to 3.16, you discuss the different species. Now, I take it that it's your colleagues from the Coalition who will be giving evidence on these issues. But 3.14, you specifically mention the Ramsar site in the SPA. Do you accept that the proposal to cease shooting of birds on the site is a good thing in conservation terms?
Yeah, I accept that, yeah.
In section 4, you have a number of references to the international obligations and also various aspects of the goals that we find within the documentation. I don't want to go through them all. But in considering the objectives of the Convention and also sustainable development goals that you deal with in 4.9 to 4.14, it's important also to have regard to the threats that currently exist. What I'm suggesting to you is that these sections are predicated on the assumption that the site is in good condition and there are no separate threats that have to be addressed. Is that not the case?
I don't follow. I don't follow the logic. I don't think the two things are linked. I don't think those statements are predicated on the site being in
well, if you look at
favourable or unfavourable condition. Given, sorry, yes.
You don't think it's relevant whether they're in favourable or unfavourable condition for the purposes of looking at the targets?
No, from paragraph 4.9 to 4.14, I don't see the connection between whether the site is in unfavourable condition needing some form of management or whether it's in favourable condition. I think the
well, look at paragraph 4.
Paragraphs apply.
Look at paragraph 4.11 under goal 15. You say there are two particularly relevant targets in relation to proposed development. Take urgent and significant action to reduce the degradation of natural habitats, halt the loss of biodiversity, and by 2020 protect and prevent the extinction of threatened species. That must be relevant to the threats on the site.
That is highly relevant to this inquiry, I would say, because taking urgent and significant action to reduce degradation would involve not imposing an 18-hole golf course on the site and making sure that it's brought into favourable management.
Well, again, that's an example of your selective evidence. It's not just the proposed development that you regard as a threat that has to be considered here. Also, the existing threats that I've discussed with you in your evidence, I don't want to go over them again, identified within the SNH site management plan, are also matters to be taken into account. In other words, there is a need to take urgent and significant action to prevent the ongoing degradation of sand dune habitat, isn't there?
Yes, as I said yesterday, I think there are some management interventions that are required on the site. In my opinion, they are not at such a scale that a fairly simple management agreement, if it can be negotiated with the owners of Campbellsmoor Estate, couldn't solve relatively quickly. And I go back to the point that Professor Angus made, that you certainly don't need the development of a golf course to address some of the issues which are currently placing the site in unfavourable status.
If Coul Links is such an important site, why has the Conservation Coalition not come forward with its own proactive plans? I mean, both SWT and RSPB run their own nature reserves. Why have you, as a coalition, not come forward with a positive plan, leaving it all to SNH?
Well, at the moment, the site is a site of special scientific interest, and it's not under a management agreement with any of those organisations. So it's up to SNH under that SSI legislation to try and agree a management agreement with the owner. We, historically, as put in this inquiry, we had a management agreement with the owner, and we were keen to renew that in 2010. But the estate decided not to renew that agreement.
Have you discussed with RSPB whether or not you could come up with your own plan for the site? And by that I mean before the application was submitted.
Before the application was submitted, not to my knowledge. There may have been some discussions with staff. I can't say for absolute sure, but to my knowledge, I don't think so. No.
Thank you, Mr Hughes. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson. Mr Coul, are you ready for re-examination at this point? Since I've remembered that it's part of the process this time. Thank you.
I sympathise, sir. It is hard sometimes to remember. Mr Hughes, if I can start with the various documents you were taken through today and ask you to comment on the weight to be given to them and just to take them as a whole. On the one hand, we've got your precognition, and you were taken through various references to your precognition. And then there was reference to the SWT objection letter, your blog, and various media statements. With that generality, because I don't want to necessarily go to the individual documents, could you give an indication to the reporters of which of those documents you would ask them to give more weight to, and just to explain briefly why certain documents should have more weight than others?
Again, I think it's important to make the distinction between statements which have been made in the campaign and statements which have been made in the inquiry documents. So clearly, there's a difference. So I would refer the reporters very much to my precognition, where I set out the importance of the significance and the purpose of the designated sites, and there's a number of cross-reference documents that I use to support the argument that this is a site of enormous significance, not just to Scotland actually, but in a UK, European, and an international context, supporting as it does a range of Annex 1 habitats as listed in the information sheet on Ramsar wetlands, as discussed, and a number of other species interests which will be discussed at the inquiry in the coming days. And what I tried to do, and I hope this is helpful to the reporters in my precognition, was to provide the wider context, really, as to where this site sits in terms of its significance and importance in that wider international context, because I think that's actually vital to the reporter's decision. There's obviously a number of documents that support the trends which several witnesses have already pointed out in terms of the loss of biodiversity at local, regional, national and international levels. And again, I would stress the importance of Coul Links as a wetland ecosystem, albeit that it is a complex of wetlands and dry areas, and the fact that it therefore qualifies as a Ramsar site under the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. And wetlands being a particularly threatened and a particularly important habitat, particularly important suite of habitats globally, which are under severe threat and decline. So I would also point them in that direction.
And there was reference in cross-examination to the importance of evidence being impartial and objective. Can I ask you to comment on the extent to which the evidence you're giving to this inquiry, in your view, is impartial and objective?
Like I say, although the Scottish Wildlife Trust is clearly driven by its mission to conserve nature across Scotland, we pride ourselves, and actually one of our values is that we are. So when we make missions to and when we lodge an objection, and I should stress that it doesn't happen very often. Actually, we have resources in terms of our ability to engage with some of the planning issues that face Scotland. So we have to choose very carefully, and we only choose actually those cases where we feel that there is a severe threat to very important sites, such as in this case. And we always take a very evidence-based approach. We've taken an evidence-based approach to all the statements that we've made, and even some of the media statements, which could be interpreted as being using less than scientific language. I stand behind, because I don't believe I've certainly not deliberately put out any misinformation, and I stand by every. I think I'm very careful to make sure that I'm not putting any misinformation out in the public domain generally, and certainly with our submissions to the inquiry and our submissions of any official kind. They are based on fact, and they are based on evidence, and they are based on our understanding and our knowledge of ecology and the ecology of such sites as Coul Links.
And turning to a specific matter, have you noted down at the end of one of your answers that you said it's not an area game, it's an attribute game? Can I just ask you to explain what you meant by that?
Yeah, I mean, that comes back really to some of the evidence that I gave on fragmentation and edge effects, and the fact that when you make interventions on this scale into a site such as Coul Links, the conversion of certain parts to tees and fairways and greens and rough is one thing, and you can total those impacts up, and you can come up with a figure, and that figure could, I mean, we could argue over the exact hectareage of that, and I know there was interesting things about how far the rough extends and so on, and how far the impact would go beyond the fairways. So that's we could argue about that forever. I would contend. What is, I think, even more important is that when you impose the footprint of a development like this, in this case golf course, on a site which has a highly complex and highly interconnected ecology, the fragmentation effects on the functioning of that ecosystem and the overall, ultimately the overall integrity of it, or if I can use the Ramsar term, the ecological character, are profound, and they impact it in such a way that it in my professional opinion is irrecoverable. So therefore they destroy the integrity of the site. So it's a significant adverse impact.
And then you were taken to your reference to Edinburgh Castle, and there was mention of the fact that that's a World Heritage Site. That's an international matter. Looking at this site, the Coul Link site, can you describe briefly what your understanding of the Coul Link site is in that international global context?
Certainly, yeah. I made the analogy with Edinburgh Castle not because it was a World Heritage Site, but because I thought it was an analogy that the layperson might be able to grasp in terms of the importance of Coul Links, the international importance of the natural heritage value of the site. I hope I made that clear when I gave the answer to. I wasn't making a technical point about World Heritage, certainly. And it was really just to try and reinforce that Scotland, like any other country, sometimes looks at its built heritage assets as being jewels in the crown of the country and attracting huge numbers of tourists and tourist revenue into the country. But You know, I firmly believe that we should be valuing our natural assets and our jewels in the crown, and this is, you know, I think Coul Links is certainly a jewel in the crown of our natural heritage assets because of its nature and because of its triple designation. Just as highly, just as much as we value some of our built heritage assets.
You were taken to the SWT letter of objection to Highland Council, and there was a discussion with you about the reference there to the mini golf course and the triple SI. You agreed that the features are different between many and Coul Links, but can I ask you to explain briefly your views about how in relative terms the features at Coul Links compare with the features at Mini?
Well, and I did try to answer this question because it's another one of those kind of yes and no questions. Yes, the designated features at Many Links and Coul Links are different, but there's also similarities in the sense that they're sand dune systems. And the point I think we've tried to make here in our objection letter was that sand dune systems in general are extremely sensitive sites, and the imposition of a development of this scale, frankly, on any sand dune system, and that's one of the reasons that we came to the conclusion that we needed to start campaigning on this issue at a very early stage, would be profound because of the sensitive nature of sand dune habitats. So the reason that was included in our was purely to make the point of the sensitivity of habitats and making reference to a recent case where there's been a golf course placed on a sand dune system, and that has, as we know in the earlier part of the evidence, that has resulted in that site now being in an unfavourable condition, partly destroyed.
You were asked questions about the IUCN letters and in particular whether those were based on information that you had given. Can you give the reporters an outline of the process that IUCN use when they decide to get involved in a case like this?
As I say, it's highly unusual, but they are, you know, the Royal Commission on Protected Areas is a commission with huge integrity, and they don't send a letter like that lightly, I can assure you. So they looked very carefully at the evidence before sending such a letter, and it's pretty unprecedented actually for them to do that. Yes, the case was made. We made the case. We made them aware of the case, but after we'd made them aware of the case, before sending such a letter, they would have looked in detail at the not just our objection letters, but other information in relation to the site before sending the letter that they did. But I think you know that letter demonstrates how the international community is viewing this particular development and its importance in that context. And as one of my colleagues in the WCPA said, you know that Scotland can't protect its most important protected sites. What chance have we got for other countries in the world doing it, given that we are purporting to show a leadership position on biodiversity conservation and issues such as climate change, and there is a desire to have Scotland as a environmental leader and enhance that reputation of Scotland as an environmental leader. Hence, we were one of the first countries in the world to sign up to the Sustainable Development Goals.
And if you can cast your mind back to yesterday, Ms Wilson put several questions to you where she referred to the site as being pristine. Can I ask you where in your precognition do you use that term?
I don't use the term pristine. I don't know where it came from. I don't think I've used the term pristine in relation to the site in any of the documents, or indeed any of the media statements that I've made. But what I would say is, in relation to the term pristine, sand dune, oddly enough, if there's any place in the UK which might be described as pristine and a true natural habitat, it's sand dune systems. It's not even the top of some of the Scottish mountains, because they've suffered from overgrazing and they've changed quite significantly, actually, over the centuries. But because of the dynamism and because of the successional nature of some of the sand dune habitats, they are actually one of the few habitats in a UK context which may be described in certain areas as pristine. And it's probably a debatable point, but there could be certain areas along Coul links that, again, if you got a group of ecologists together, they would argue this point, but that it could actually be described as pristine. But it's not a word that I've used myself.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was a rather long-winded answer because it's a fascinating subject, but anyway.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hughes. That was all the questions I had, sirs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collar, and thank you, Mr. Hughes. The next witness is Dr. Young, I believe. So, do you want 5 minutes to get ready to give their evidence? Thank you. Pass back to Mr. Collar just to confirm we have now the second part of App 1.35, which is the True Links book. So Mr. Mackay's suggestion was that the extracts supplied by the applicant would be App 1.35A, and this second tranche would be App 1.35B. So we'll just adopt that if that's okay for everyone, and we'll a copy is going to be emailed to the office. Thank you. So, Mr. Collar.
Thank you, sir. The next witness for the Conservation Coalition is Dr. Mark Young, and Dr. Young will take your precognition largely as read, but I'm just going to pick out some key bits. But if we can start first with your topic paper, and that's been given the document reference NY-46, and starting with your background and experience, which is set out in the section 1, and at 1.2 you explain there that you're Emeritus Senior Lecturer in Ecology at Aberdeen University, member of the British Ecological Society and British Entomological and Natural History Society, and you mention your research interests and research papers. You then go on at 1.3 to mention governmental boards and committees that you've sat on, and the second bullet point there, you mention that you were on the North Board of SEPA. Could you maybe just give us one or two examples of the matters that you dealt with when you were on that board?
Thank you. Yes, I can. When you're on the North Board of SEPA, you do two things, really. First of all, you look at what you might call a strategic level view about conserving, in this case, the aquatic environment, largely as far as I was concerned in Scotland. And secondly, you are given the opportunity to discuss particular pollution problems and instances, particularly if these are ones which are recurring. So, for example, the topic of nitrate vulnerable zones and the impact of nitrogen in the aquatic environment is the sort of thing that was discussed at length, and many of the instances where this is important in streams and rivers in Scotland were also relevant there. That's the sort of thing that we did.
Thank you. And then turning back to your topic paper, you explained there that you're still very actively involved in formal assessment of British Lepidoptera, and mention that you visited Coul Links on a number of occasions and got good knowledge of many other sand dune sites. If I can ask you at that point to go to your precognition and read your paragraph 3.5 in your precognition.
I have it in front of me. Is it appropriate to wait until I feel that Miss Wilson and yourselves also have it in front of them? No, carry on. Thank you. My own experience of many broadly similar sites in Scotland shows that, by comparison, Coul Links is species rich, with an impressive range of rare and local species of Lepidoptera. Coul Links is unique in the range and comparative extent of habitats present, and this has obviously contributed to this significant assemblage of species. That's the paragraph, and just to be completely clear, it starts my own experience. So this is a paragraph based on my own very extensive set of surveying occasions at many, many sites in Scotland. I've been active in Scotland. Well, I came here before I came to work in Scotland, but since 1973 I have visited very many sites to look at the Lepidoptera, because that's my amateur as well as my professional interest. And so I've been to Coul Links on 5 occasions to record Lepidoptera, as well as more recently to look again at the site. And I've been to a very large range of other sites, some of which are coastal dune sites, and this includes ones in eastern Scotland.
Can you explain to the reporters how it was that butterfly conservation came to involve you in the Coul Links project?
I've been active in butterfly and moth conservation in Scotland ever since I arrived in 1973. I've been a member of butterfly conservation for many years. I worked on butterflies and moths professionally, as well as with my amateur interest. I forget the precise date, but at some stage I was asked if I would apply for election to be a trustee of butterfly conservation, and I was successful, and I was a trustee for 9 years. And in those 9 years I also chaired the Scottish Committee of Butterfly Conservation. I think with that, and I've spoken incidentally and given talks to many of the Scottish meetings, I think in that context, when butterfly conservation felt that they wanted somebody to represent the Lepidoptera interest at Coul Links, they felt that I was probably the appropriate person to do so. And they then contacted me and asked if I'd be prepared to do this.
On the issue of experience and expertise, can you explain to the reporters how specialist in area Lepidoptera is?
Well, I wouldn't wish to differentiate between Lepidoptera and other invertebrates, but I would like to point out that there are 2,500 species of Lepidoptera in Britain. And one of my particular interests, which is not shared by other Lepidopterists, is in the micro-Lepidoptera, the smaller ones. And I recently was a co-editor of a book on the ecology of the micro-Lepidoptera. And the thing that you find immediately when you work with Lepidoptera is that even the most well-known and obvious species of butterflies have very specialist habitat requirements. We are generalists, insects are specialists. They use small parts of the environment and specific microclimate, and that is the way they carry out their lives. They have an annual life cycle which is so different from what we experience and so on. So it is immediately clear to me that if you wish to understand the ecological requirements of Lepidoptera, this is a specialist area, and a general naturalist, with all due respect, may not understand the specialisms that apply.
Just at that point, before I forget, I asked Mr McMullen about a photo in his evidence, and I said that you would confirm the position. So if we can do that, and if we can look at his inquiry report, which is APP 31.
I have that in front of me.
And it's on page 31, where he has a number of photos.
Yes, I'm looking at that as well.
And it's photo 2, and in your opinion, what do we see in photo 2?
I'm completely clear that that is the essentially silk-made case of the larva of the microgenus Coleophora. It's most likely to be Coleophora alticolella, which is a species that uses a wide range of different rushes as its hosts, and the larvae feed on the seeds. It's labelled as ergot infestation or infection. Ergot produces a black cylindrical tapering structure which lies along the plane of the stem of grasses and looks completely different. It's about the same size. So I have no doubt that is a Microlepidopteran larval case.
Thank you. We can put Mr McMullen's inquiry report to one side, and returning to your topic paper, and in your section 2 you set out the background to Lepidoptera. If I can ask you to read out the paragraph 2.2 in the topic paper.
Paragraph 2.2 says, Lepidoptera are an important element of many ecosystems. Many other organisms depend on them for their pollination or for food. For example, larvae are an important component of the diets of insectivorous birds, and for some bat species, moths make up a substantial part of their diet. More than most other insects, they are much loved by people who derive great pleasure from observing and studying them.
Thank you. If we can now look at the status of invertebrates in the Ramsar listing, and look at the document CD 5.3, and CD 5.3, there's 3 separate parts to what I want to look at is the Ramsar information sheet.
I have that, yes.
And if we start on page 2.
Sorry, what document number is this?
CD 5.3, and it's the information sheet within that. On page 2, which starts with section 10 and overview, but going to the section 12, where we see the justification for the application of the criterion, and under criterion 2 we see there's reference to the site supports naturally scarce aquatic plants and British Red Book data invertebrates. And then if we go to page 5, it's section 20. Which is the noteworthy fauna, and it's the very last entry there, which refers to various invertebrates. What's your understanding of the status of invertebrates and their importance in terms of this Ramsar listing?
If I go back to 12, where it mentions British Red Data Book invertebrates, I have first of all, in what I hope is a helpful way, interpreted that to mean that it could be any British Red Data Book invertebrates that we might wish to consider, and there are specifically 2 lepidopterans at Coul Links which are referred to there. I then note the invertebrates that you've drawn my attention to in 20, and in fact none of those 4 invertebrates listed at the end are lepidopterans, and I have to say I took this as an indication of the invertebrates that they are listing here rather than an exclusive list that I was not allowed to go beyond. And I did that partly because in 19, where it talks about habitats, a number of those habitats are present at Coul Links, and although the habitats may be listed by a little descriptor there, humid dune slacks, which is on page 5, H2190, my own view of habitats as a professional ecologist is that that is a title for that, but the habitat includes not just the title, but the vegetations, the soils, the processes, and the invertebrates and other animals that are present within those habitats. And so I took what you might regard as 12, 19 and 20, sections 12, 19 and 20, to indicate that the rare and noteworthy Lepidoptera associated with Coul Links do come under the umbrella of the Ramsar wetlands.
Turning now to look at the development proposal and its assessment, Dr. McMullen, in his evidence, said that the edge effect can actually be beneficial for all sorts of species, including lichens and inverts, and that was due to the managed rough and other areas that would be closely cropped. The point being that would actually be beneficial for invertebrates as ground dwelling, easier to move around, rely on light, heat energy, which would increase due to the grass management. Can I ask you to comment on that?
Yes, I can. In a small number of cases which are not relevant to Coul, so for example in rides in woodland where you have an edge effect and you do tend to find a number of species found on that edge, you might make something of the case that Dr. McMullen did. But with the Lepidoptera, which is what I'm principally concerned with at Coul Links, none of those species would benefit from an edge effect. In fact, there would be a problem with it, because if you make a habitat patch smaller, you increase the edge effect, but that means that the interior of that habitat patch is closer to an edge and less likely to be acting as that habitat should act. And if I say act, the processes within it are less likely to apply. So Dr. McMullen was talking about rough and fragmentation and so on, I don't believe that the edge effects referred to are in any sense beneficial to the Lepidoptera at Coul Links.
If we can look now at the environmental statement, which is CD17. And it's starting at page 188.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
And just to give the context, this is in section 538 dealing with invertebrates, and on page 188 it's looking at specific examples, and the ones relevant to Lepidoptera are 538.1 about the small blue, and then the next section about the northern brown argus, and then finally the micro moth. We see starting with 5381, the small blue, the second paragraph refers to the small blue's sole food plant as kidney vetch. It explains a bit about the importance of kidney vetch, where it was recorded, and it goes on to comment these open dune areas where the kidney vetch is recorded have been deliberately avoided through the design layout. And so potential impacts of the proposed development on small blue have been scoped out for further assessment. And then, taking it in short, there's a similar approach in the next paragraph dealing with the northern brown argus, where there's reference to the food plant location avoidance, and then we're told, therefore, potential impacts on northern brown argus have been scoped out for further assessment. And then, likewise for the micro moth, the final paragraph on the micro moth, these open dune habitat areas have been deliberately avoided by the design layout, therefore potential impacts have been scoped out. Can I ask you to comment on the appropriateness of this approach of referring to the food plant and then drawing conclusions about scoping things out?
Yes, I'm anxious about this. The food plant, let's take the small blue as the first example. It says kidney vetch is essential to maintain the population of the small blue. Well, yes, it's its food plant. It then says kidney vetch was recorded commonly across Coul Links, but the problem here is that the kidney vetch that is used by the small blue butterfly is only a small subset of the kidney vetch that is available. It requires a particular microclimate and condition of the kidney vetch. And therefore, unless there is an understanding of those sorts of specific ecological requirements, then it really is not possible to, and I think the wording here is scope out from further assessment, because it looks as if they might be secure. I think this word here, the scoped out, is not a technical term. It just, here I believe, it means that it was decided not to take this any further. And I think that's a very dangerous approach, because the small blue is in a much more restricted subset of sites. The same applies to the northern brown argus, which does not occur everywhere that you find its food plant. It tends to have small colony sites within the area. And we know less about Cariocolum blanduloides, but nevertheless, where we have found it, as is said in my topic paper, it seems to require the food plant in areas where there is open sand around the food plant. And so it also has a much more specialized requirement. So I'm anxious about the ease with which these species have been scoped out of any further assessment.
Dr. Cosgrove said, I would acknowledge that every food plant won't have a small blue on it, and then he mentioned not having detailed location data. Can I ask you just to comment on that proposition?
Well, I have some sympathy with Dr. Cosgrove because it's a specialist business to locate the location of small blue butterflies. Fortunately, I was able to rely on Dr. Prescott from Butterfly Conservation, as well as my own observations, and one or two other people who I spoke to in a rather casual way about Coul lynx. You can look for this butterfly in two ways. The adults fly, and in good weather conditions you can find them, although they're rather unobtrusive, and you'd have to be a specialist to notice them. But much more helpfully, the best way to survey this butterfly is to find the eggs which are laid on the side of the developing flowers and seed capsules. They're a small, faintly greeny white or bluey white egg. And that is not only evidence that the butterfly occurs in Coul lynx, but tells you very explicitly where it's using kidney vetch. And I know that the kidney vetch that is used by the small blue butterfly at Coul lynx is largely that restricted to the sandy hollows that are along and around the main dune ridge. And I think that that is a much more informed understanding than appears to have been set out in the environmental statement.
In the applicant's evidence, and particularly in Professor Pye's precognition, there's indications of measures that would be taken to control the movement of sand. If we can look in your topic paper at the comments you've made on that, so it's page 54 of your topic paper.
Yes, I have that.
And again, just to give a bit of context, this is your appendix where you're going through particular notable Lepidopterous species. This particular part is on the small blue, and in your paragraph 2.9, well, I think if you could just read us your paragraph 2.9.
Thus, two factors are of critical importance to the long-term viability of small blue colonies. Firstly, the retention of bare ground around the kidney vetch plants. Thus, at Coul lynx, the sand dunes must remain mobile and dynamic, creating a continuous supply of bare sand for its seeds to germinate in. Stabilizing the dunes would lead to a loss of kidney vetch habitat and a subsequent loss of the small blue.
And then a general proposition that Dr. McMullen mentioned, he said if you look after habitats, you look after species, and then there was a suggestion that species are like baubles on a Christmas tree, and it's all about looking after the tree rather than the baubles. Do you consider that approach to be correct?
No. I think it's oversimplistic. I understand the sort of argument that was made because I've heard it made on many occasions. And of course, in a very general sense, it's true. If you want the animals that live on a sand dune, you have to have a sand dune. But it's really important to understand that there are processes going on within that sand dune system in the different habitats. These processes and then the detailed microhabitats and microclimates within that habitat, which are a function of the processes, mean that within the generality of a habitat such as a sand dune vegetation, let's say, I'm generalizing as you understand, the parts of that habitat used by specialist invertebrates will be only part of the whole and will depend upon the processes and the exact features within that habitat.
one of the concerns you've expressed in your evidence is the lack of knowledge of the situation of Coul links. So could you comment briefly on how that fits in with your previous answer?
Yes, I'm afraid when I read the environmental statement and then the precognitions of one or two of the applicants' experts, I understood that they had a rather limited understanding of the ecological requirements of the Lepidoptera. And if I'm allowed to say this, I believe in cross-examination, Dr. Cosgrove and Dr. McMullen both noted that they didn't claim to be experts on Lepidoptera ecological requirements. And I have some sympathy with that. It's a rather specialist business. But it is essential to understanding the background to what is going on with the Lepidoptera at Coul links.
Turning to one of those specialist issues, the issue of metapopulations, in your topic paper, can I ask you to read your paragraph 2.6? Sorry, it's on page 6 of your topic paper, so it's going back nearer the beginning again. It's in the main text, not in the appendix, and it's paragraph 2.6.
2.6, sorry, I was looking on the wrong page. I have it now. Populations of butterflies and moths typically exist as a metapopulation. That is a series of subpopulations that interact by the movement of individuals from one of the component habitats to another. Some of the subpopulations may consist of only a few individuals that might on their own be unsustainable and liable to extinction, but if new individuals arrive, they rescue the small subpopulation. This interaction also helps ensure that genetic variability is maintained across the whole population.
And can you explain briefly to the reporters in relation to this concept of the metapopulations, why it is that you're so concerned about the impacts of this development?
Perhaps it would help if I use paragraph 2.8 to lead me on this, and it refers to the northern brown Argus butterfly, and it explains that first of all I must differentiate between two scales of metapopulation. One scale, the larger scale, which I'm not very concerned of just at the moment at Coul links, means that the population as a whole at Coul links will be in some sort of contact with other nearby populations of the northern brown Argus. So they all constitute a metapopulation. But within Coul links, I believe at that scale there is also a metapopulation. I've already said that the northern brown Argus does not occur everywhere in the links that the food plant occurs. It occurs in a series of relatively small, discrete habitat areas, probably to do with the microclimate in those areas, and we know from the past from related species that the chemical makeup of the plants is also important in deciding where or where not the butterfly occurs. And so there will be a whole set of small, discrete populations at Coul links, but discrete in the initial sense, but with some sort of interaction between them. Now that means that if you consider putting a golf course onto the area, that will remove a certain amount of the actual habitat containing I've forgotten the name of Helianthemum, the rock rose, which is the food plant of the northern brown Argus. The key question is not necessarily the total area that it's lost, but it's whether or not some of these subpopulation components of the metapopulation are being lost. And that is something that I don't know and the applicant doesn't know, so I'm operating at at the, in terms of, there is a risk here that we need to consider. If some of these component subpopulations are lost, that diminishes the whole. It makes the likely contact between the different populations less likely. It isolates some that may then become extinct because they are isolated. So the presence of the various aspects of the golf course, but particularly things like the fairways and the paths and the greens and the tees, may well specifically take out some of these subpopulations, as well as, of course, making it more difficult for the butterflies to move between the subpatches because of barriers between them of non-native vegetation.
And specifically on that issue of barriers, I want to raise a comment by Dr. McMullen. I don't think you necessarily need to go to his inquiry report because it's just a sentence, but for the reporter's benefit, it's his inquiry report, which is APP 3.1, and it's his paragraph 15.5, and it's the final sentence. What he says there is, ground-based small invertebrate species may also be limited in their spread by relatively small features, whereas birds and flying insects are able to bypass unsuitable habitat. So the point there seems to be that flying insects can fly over the golf course, the fairways, the paths, the greens, so it's not a problem. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I actually have it in front of me. As you say, in his topic paper, it's 15.5 on page 50. It's too generalized. There are some species of Lepidoptera, such as the small tortoiseshell butterfly that was caught yesterday in the room here and then let out, or the dark green fritillary butterfly which occurs at Coul Links, that is highly dispersive and would fly very readily over what we are discussing here, the relatively small features as they're put. But the majority of Lepidoptera and many other invertebrates are not able or do not choose to cross barriers. They may sometimes fly to the edge of a habitat and turn round and fly back. Of course, some individuals will sometimes fly across them, but the rate of movement across these barriers will be reduced by the barriers. And there's a large amount of evidence of this sort, including my own work on some burnet moths, and you can show very clearly that many lepidopterans do not cross barriers, even if these are relatively small barriers. And so I'm afraid that Dr. McMullen has been a little generalized in what he said there.
And in his oral evidence at the inquiry, Dr. McMullen made some comments about doing invertebrate surveys, and there seemed to be a suggestion that in doing the surveys there was the potential to kill the very thing that you're surveying, and there was also maybe an implication about possible damage to the habitat. In relation to Lepidoptera, can you explain what survey work involves and how invasive and or damaging that could be?
There are a variety of methods used to survey Lepidoptera. For the night-flying moths, many of you will be familiar with the use of light traps, which attract moths to the light. They go into a trap that's essentially like a lobster pot. There they rest on, in many cases, egg trays very happily. They go to sleep, if you see what I mean. And you can inspect them, pardon me, and then let them go again entirely unharmed, having identified them. That's a little bit generalized, but it certainly doesn't harm the insects or the habitat. For many of the butterflies, the approach that is taken is a more straightforward one. You walk through the habitat, sometimes with a net or a pair of binoculars. You identify where the butterflies are. There's a very standardized transect method that is sometimes used, where effectively you walk and count the specimens you see. That has absolutely no impact on the population of the butterflies or the habitats. As I've already indicated, for some more specialized species, it may be appropriate to use specialized sampling techniques. So for the small blue, I routinely look for the eggs. For the northern brown argus, I also routinely look for the eggs, which are laid on the leaves of the food plant, of the rock rose. And for Carycoulum blanduloides, the time that I have surveyed for this species, rather than being just very, very lucky to happen to have seen one, I have looked for the larvae which inhabit the seed pods of their food plant. So it can be very specialized, but it's completely incorrect to say that that will either harm the insects concerned or to damage their habitats.
And looking now at the consideration of the potential impacts of the proposed development, in your precognition, I think if I can ask you in your precognition to read your paragraph 6.2. So this is the precognition rather than the topic paper, just in case I'm confusing you again.
Paragraph 6.2 on page 20 is what I believe I'm referring to. Is that right?
No, it's page 5 because it's your precognition.
Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Yes, I'm sorry. I have it on page 5. Yeah. Yes. However, the applicant seems to have made only very limited efforts to research these ecological requirements. That is, in 6.1 it says the known ecological requirements of each Lepidoptera species. Have made only very limited efforts to research these ecological requirements for only 3 species, the small blue, Cupido minimus, and northern brown argus, Ericia artaxerxes butterflies, and the micromoth Carycoulum blanduloides. Consequently, the potentially significant effects on the rare and notable Lepidoptera at Coul links are seriously underestimated, and their true UK status is inaccurately reported.
Dr. McMullen, in his evidence, referred to your precognition and had taken the conclusion that each species should be considered, and he said that's impossible and it would result in a matrix with thousands of species and then run into knowledge gaps. So to take it fairly briefly, in your precognition, if we go back to your paragraph 3.3, we see there you start with the reference to 246 species, and previous paragraphs explain how you got to that, 66 of which are notable, and you explain in a little bit more detail around that. And then if we go over the page to your 3.4, you then go on and say the ecological requirements of 7 of the most significant Lepidoptera are set out in detail in your topic paper. In Appendix 2, and then for other species you've got a more simple presentation in the tables 4, 5 and 6. So in terms of what you're saying in your precognition, are you saying that the applicant should have done a detailed assessment of the 246 species? And if you're not, what are you saying?
Of course, it would be completely unrealistic to expect them to consider all 246 species, in that they made an attempt to work to some extent on 3 species of Lepidoptera. I take it that they considered that those were the 3 most important. At the very minimum, I was expecting merely that they would have considered the ecological requirements of those. The 7 species that I have given more information on is misleading in this respect. They were chosen as representative, notable species, notable in inverted commas, if you see what I mean, to show the range of different types of Lepidoptera requirements that are present. I would have expected that if this subject was being taken seriously, that if we go back to the lists that I have provided, including the Red Data Book listed species and the ones that are on the Scottish Biodiversity List, that it would be possible to come to an agreement of a relatively limited number of those species for which it would be beneficial to do some ecological analysis. And the way in which I would choose those would be to look at the lists of, let's say, the Scottish Biodiversity List, which is largely the macro moths, the larger moths, plus the Red Data Book and whatever, and try and choose representatives of some of the varied habitats present at Coul and some of the lifestyles that these insects have, so that evidence was being gathered that was relevant to the range of habitats and the range of interesting species. But I completely accept that you would not expect to look at all of them.
We've heard that the applicant took into account SNH's advice on the scoping of what to assess. Why should the reporters give more weight to your comments that you've just given than to the SNH scoping that the applicants relied on?
As I understand it, I am not an expert on I'm not an expert on what is required by the Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management necessarily, or what is appropriate in all aspects of EIAs. But as I understand it, Dr. Cosgrove completely correctly contacted Highland Islands Council and SNH initially. To my surprise, Scottish Natural Heritage did not mention any Lepidoptera, as I understand it. Nevertheless, I believe it's correct that, and this is on the evidence of Dr. Cosgrove's own verbal evidence, that he made what I think was a very informal meeting in the street sort of inquiry of a member of Butterfly Conservation Scotland about whether there were any interesting Lepidoptera at Coul Links, and received an email in reply which set out a few. So my understanding of what Dr. Cosgrove and Alba Ecology did is that they decided to move a little beyond SNH's scoping. In fact, as you know, they produced a desk study where they tried to list the Lepidoptera that were present, and then they referred to at least 3 of the species in the CD 1.7, the environmental statement. I was encouraged by that, as well as what we said earlier about the fact that you can take the Ramsar criteria to indicate that Lepidoptera are going to be important parts of the habitat information, and also there are some Red Data Book species. And so my approach was then to consider that it was appropriate to raise the issue of Lepidoptera at Coul Links. And this is what, by discussion with Butterfly Conservation Scotland, I decided to do. And I'm sorry, I've forgotten the actual focus of your question, and I'm not sure whether I've answered it in that rather long-winded way, and I do apologise.
And in terms of availability of specialist data, is it the case that butterfly conservation have much more specialist data than would be necessarily available for SFA?
Yes, that is absolutely the case. Butterfly conservation, by the nature of what they do, know a great deal more about butterflies and moths in Scotland, as you will have seen by the fact that they were able to accumulate a considerably larger number of records than did Albiricology. That indicates, I think, that they are able to accumulate much more information. Much more importantly, by access to experts such as myself, but also to one or two other people, and they are noted in my topic paper, they had access to information on the ecological requirements of many of the Lepidoptera at Coul Links. And I was rather disappointed, you might say, that an approach was not made to Butterfly Conservation Scotland, which everybody would know are the source of this information. I'm disappointed that an approach was not made to provide this sort of ecological advice on the species that were then considered by Albiricology.
And turning to two specific matters, on the question of the SEAM guidance, in Dr. Cosgrove's cross-examination, there was some criticism of you for referring to the wrong guidelines. Have you had a chance to consider the 2016 guidelines, and do you wish to change anything in your evidence as a result of that?
I have two colleagues who helped me in the production of the topic paper. One of them was Dr. Phil Sterling, who is very knowledgeable and a member of the Institute. And I asked him immediately if he would provide me with a copy of the 2016 guidelines as well as the 2018 guidelines. And this is in the context that only the 2018 guidelines are on the web and are available normally. So he provided those and looked at them and provided some advice, and I looked at them. In essence, there is no difference between the two sets of guidelines that are relevant to what I said in the topic paper, so I don't wish to change anything.
And then finally, on the issue of translocation, Mr. Haspel, Mr. Taylor, in their oral evidence, said that non-soil invertebrates would survive translocation. Can you comment on that in relation to Lepidoptera?
I did read their written evidence, of course, and I did hear them being cross-examined on this. And I believe it was established in the cross-examination that they accepted that actually this procedure is still, in some sense, what you might regard as experimental, and there's still some doubt about whether or not there will definitely be a successful outcome. But if I understand it correctly, that discussion was associated principally with the plants. Now, I also understand that there was the suggestion that the turfs that were used would be very deep, and that would ensure that the invertebrates would survive this as well. And I would contend, because I have not seen evidence to show that you can conserve the invertebrates correctly, properly, by translocating Dune heath turfs, I would contend that that is a hope, an expectation possibly, rather than reality, and that at the moment there is no real evidence that that would actually apply.
Thank you very much, Dr. Young. That was all the questions I had, sirs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collar. It's almost 1 o'clock, so this is probably the right time to break for lunch, and if we can be ready to start again at 1:30.
So I wonder if we could have slightly longer, because we've had about an hour of evidence in chief, and there's a few points I'd like to raise with my experts.
So did we start at 1:45? Would that be sufficient? Okay, thank you. Please, Ms. Wilson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Young.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson.
In your chief before lunch, I had noted you as saying that you don't have expertise in EIA work or the application of the SIEM guidance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When you prepared your evidence, did you understand that the environmental statement that you were criticising had been prepared in accordance with regulations?
Yes, I did understand that. That is quite well set out. I should say, if you look at the start of my topic paper, that I had 2 colleagues from Butterfly Conservation who advised me and helped me. In fact, 3 are listed because one wrote one specific bit. And one of them does have experience in this sort of work, and he provided me with a little bit of background understanding, but I am very clear in my own mind that that is not an area which I have particular knowledge of.
And I think that's Dr. Sterling that you
It
mentioned
is.
earlier.
Yes.
Section 6 of your topic paper contains what is described as criticisms of the methodology. Did you write that?
Just one moment, let me get to it. The honest answer is I can't remember how much of that are my own words and how much I was helped by Dr. Sterling. He provided me with some notes, certainly, and but nevertheless, for the topic paper overall, of course, I take some responsibility. But I believe that what you might call the more technical parts of that were things that he advised on.
This is your topic paper, and you're the one giving
Yes, of
evidence
course.
to support it.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I propose to put some questions to you in relation to the content of this, and if you can just do the best you can to address those issues. I take it you have discussed this section with Dr. Sterling.
I have.
Also in your evidence in chief, and linked to this, I have you noted as saying that in the ES, under reference to the section, to the 3 species that are discussed, the 3 species of Lepidoptera that is discussed there, you were surprised that they were scoped out and you didn't understand that to be a technical term. Do you accept it as a technical term in EIA processes?
Yes, I understand that in EIA process, first of all, you screen what should be considered, and then you take this, you include the scope of certain technical matters. But so I completely understood that. But when I read the environmental statement and I read those particular terms, in that they had been included, as it were, within the content of the environmental statement, I assumed that the word scope then meant a little beyond the normal planning meaning. But bear in mind, I'm not a planner, and I therefore said that I assumed they meant that they had been considered and that it was considered that they no longer needed to be referred to. And maybe I'm wrong, and if so, I do apologise.
I'm trying to put your evidence into the context of the EIA process.
Yes.
Given that you refer to the guidance yourself and the environmental statement, do you accept that, provided that the environmental statement has been prepared in accordance with guidance and the regulations, then it's fit for the purpose intended in the decision-making process?
Yes. My own anxiety about this, and you will tell me whether this is a correct anxiety, is that in preparation of the EIA, it was very important that best practice was followed, and that best practice means that you should not include things that are not included within the scope of the EIA. So having got that in the background, I nevertheless noticed that Alba Ecology had included, and this is in their environmental statement on page 187, that they had then had a discussion with SNH and agreed that 4 species of invertebrates could be included. And my anxiety then was that I thought it was good practice, if that is the case, that Alba Ecology would have consulted the best authorities on the ecological requirements of those species. And so my anxiety about whether this was good practice, and I confess this is a non-technical understanding, is that butterfly conservation and certainly myself were not consulted about the ecological requirements of those species, despite the fact they'd been included in the environmental statement.
Could we look, please, at page 187? Was it 187?
187. It's the bottom paragraph.
Just looking at paragraph 5.3.8 on that page, which I think is the paragraph you're referring to, is that right?
Yes.
And that desk study that's referred to there, I think, is the desk study you referred to in your evidence in chief.
I did refer to that, yes.
So we can see there that that desk study found 479 records of invertebrate species known to be within the Coul link study area. And in table 8.5, they're broken down into different species, different invertebrate species. That's over the page.
Yes, I see that.
Mm-hmm. And in relation to butterflies and moths, the number of species recorded was 178 species.
Yes.
And as noted, it's reported in the ES that this included records from local recording groups and historic surveys in consultation with SNH and local species and local experts. 4 species were noted as being of particular concern and importance with regard to the proposed development, including 3 lepidoptera, small blue, northern brown argus, and a rare micromorph, which are the ones that are referred to in the passages that you were taken to by Mr. Collar.
Yes.
In your evidence in chief, you mentioned that there had been an informal consultation with the butterfly conservation group, which you suggested was like a meeting in the street. In fact, a formal request for information from Dr. Cosgrove, wasn't it?
Well, I'm not aware of that, and I have asked about this after I heard Dr. Cosgrove say it, and I was informed that it was an informal contact and a relatively informal email reply. Now, if I am wrong, I apologise, but that was my understanding of it.
I'll come to that in a moment as to the nature of the reply, but you suggested that it was agreed with SNH that these species were required. My recollection of Dr. Cosgrove's evidence was that SNH had suggested in scoping that there was no requirement to carry out a study of Lepidoptera.
No, I think I said that in my evidence in chief. Initially, SNH seemed not to consider any, but then I look in this paragraph here and it says, in consultation with SNH and local experts, 4 species were noted and were included. So I assume that was at a later date, and I don't know about that particular consultation.
As I understand it, there was no requirement from SNH for surveys. And it was Arbor Ecology, because of the feedback that they obtained from local experts, that these 3 species were identified.
Well, that may well be so, I don't know.
And Dr. Cosgrove mentioned that it was one of your colleagues in the conservation, not the coalition group, but in Butterfly Conservation Group, Dr. Prescott, Dr. Tim Prescott, with whom he had had contact, who you know and I think was here. Yes. sitting behind Mr. Collar. Is that correct?
As I understand it, this is the person who I understood had been contacted very informally and had replied with an email. And that is my understanding of it.
There was a request from Peter Cosgrove for further information after there had been an informal meeting. Is that not the case?
Not as far as I know.
As I understand it, the initial meeting on the street simply led to an agreement that further information would be requested and provided.
Well, I was not present at that meeting, obviously. I didn't know that. I thought the response to that, as you have now said, that meeting on the street in Aviemore, I believe, was an email which in a rather general sense said, yes, there are some interesting species of Lepidoptera present at Coul Links, and here's a short list of them. It wasn't by any means the complete list, it was a brief list. That's the totality of my understanding of that contact.
It was a brief list of those that were considered to be the most important, as I understand it.
I think it was before Butterfly Conservation Scotland had assembled the full list of Lepidoptera that you now have before you in my topic paper. And so in that sense it was an uninformed early indication of some of the species of interest.
Your organisation was contacted as part of the scoping process. You can't really come along on behalf of the same organisation and say that there should have been more species considered based upon your own evidences after the event considered. Is that not the case?
My main anxiety is that after the process of selecting those 3 species of Lepidoptera, there was no attempt made to discover from Butterfly Conservation Scotland anything more about their ecological requirements. And it seems to me that it's one thing to list a species on the basis of whatever sort of contact it was, and it's another thing to then pronounce upon the likely impact of this development on those species without full consideration of the ecological requirements, which I believe would have been best received from Butterfly Conservation Scotland. I hope that's clear. I'm not trying to express it in legal terms. I'm trying to express it in terms which would lead to a good understanding of what should be considered.
Insofar as you refer to best practice, do you accept that the SAIM guidance contains best practice?
I'm sorry, do I accept that the...
SAIM guidance contains best practice?
I believe that the guidance does include best practice, yes. You mean includes instructions about what is best practice? Yes, I do understand that, yes.
Could you look, please, at APP 2.4?
I'll have to ask for it to be provided. Just a moment, please. I don't know if I have that or not. I have in front of me the 2016 edition of this. Is that correct? Yes.
Could you look, first of all, please, at paragraph 1.9? I take it by virtue of the fact you asked your colleague to do a comparison of the 2016 and 2018 guidance, you now accept that it's the 2016 edition that was relevant to the work undertaken for the ES.
My understanding is that that is the edition that was available at the time that this work was done, and so of course it's the right one, yes.
Paragraph 1.9, under the heading Differing Scales of Ecological Impact Assessment and a Proportionate Approach. Ecological impact assessment can be applied to projects of widely varying scales. The ECIA principles and process outlined in this guidance and relevant to all developments that may impact on the ecological features. This term is used throughout to cover habitat, species and ecosystems. However, the level of detail required in an ECIA will inevitably be proportionate to the scale of the development and complexity of its potential impacts. These guidelines do not prescribe exactly how to undertake an ECIA, but provide guidance to practitioners for refining their own methodologies. So it's very much a framework in terms of which the practitioner has to exercise professional judgment, isn't it?
Yes, I accept that.
And that professional judgment will be based upon experience in carrying out ECIA work.
I understand that. It presumably also includes the knowledge that the practitioner has on the group of organisms that they are then considering.
And do you accept that environmental impact assessment work involves not just the specialist who's carrying out the work on the particular receptor, own qualifications in relation to that receptor, but also experience in carrying out an assessment in terms of compliance with this guidance or adherence to the guidance?
My understanding, and again, I am not an expert in this, is that if the practitioner decides that they need expert advice on any particular aspect of the ECIA, that they are allowed to obtain that. And I believe that there were other experts that were involved in this overall assessment. But my point is that butterfly conservation was not consulted with respect to the Lepidoptera.
And in the paragraph below, in paragraph 1.10, it's also noted that scoping should be proportionate to potential effects on ecological features. Do you understand what is meant by proportionate in this context?
I won't have a legal understanding. I would read that, and I think I did read this, to say that the practitioner may feel that the development is unlikely to have a significant effect, and maybe that's also a technical term and I'm using it wrongly, and if that was so, then it may not be proportionately important to study it. My own understanding, as you will realise from what you have read in my topic paper, is that I felt that there was likely to be a significant effect on the Lepidoptera, so I would have hoped that in this case it would be considered proportionate to continue to consider the potential effects.
But you haven't had to advise the client as to what is considered proportionate?
No, I haven't.
And you did correctly make use of the term significant effects, Dr. Young, because we can see from the next paragraph in 1.11, the emphasis in ECIA is on significant effects.
Yes, perhaps I can read below where I was meant to be reading.
And specifically, I would suggest in relation to the Conservation Coalition, finishing that sentence, rather than all ecological effects. There's no expectation that an ES would look at all ecological effects.
Unless, of course, it is considered there might be significant effects, and it would be proportionate to do so. And that is in the professional judgment. That would be in the professional judgment of the practitioner, I understand. But my own feeling is that there would have been significant effects, and so I was hoping for a little bit more continued work on these Lepidoptera.
Could you go, please, to paragraph 2.6?
Yes, I have it.
And we see formal advice from the SAIM as to the purpose and objectives of scoping in this chapter. And in box 4, there's a summary of the benefits of scoping. And do we see in bullet point 5, one of the benefits is early identification of existing data and data gaps and how these will be addressed.
I see that.
And that was something that Dr. McMullen referred to in his evidence when
Yes.
he was discussing how it would be impracticable to survey all invertebrates on the site.
Yes, and as I explained earlier, I wouldn't have expected that.
And the next bullet point is justification for the exclusion of potential impacts on ecological features in ECIA where appropriate. And following on from that, identification of fieldwork required, methods to be used and timescales required involving timings for seasonally dependent surveys. So it's not just which receptors should be assessed, it's also at an early stage with the relevant authorities as to what.
Yes, I see that. All, of course, with the proportionate assessment focused on significant effects, which is bullet point 3.
And indeed, we know from correspondence produced by the Conservation Coalition that had been recovered by the Coalition under Freedom of Information, that there are memos that passed between members of staff within SNH, including a terrestrial invertebrates expert.
Well, I accept that, but I didn't know it.
So you haven't seen that particular production?
No, I haven't.
Just in fairness to Dr. Young, and to put into proper context the comment I'm making, the ones that have been produced don't relate to Lepidoptera, but relate to Fonseca seed fly. But there was a suitably qualified internal expert involved in the scoping process.
Sorry. I assume that was Dr. Tonhaska, who I
Yes.
believe is there. Yes. I didn't know of that, and if you tell me it wasn't to do with Lepidoptera, then I tried to restrict myself to something I knew about.
Paragraph 2.6, initial and ongoing scoping, where an ECIA is carried out as part of an EIA under EIA directive, and the relevant one is cited, competent authorities are required to provide a scoping opinion if requested by a developer. The scoping opinion summarises specific advice of the competent authority concerning the required coverage and content of the EIA. Are you aware that that opinion was provided by the Highland Council?
As I understand it, Highland Council, if that is the correct competent authority there, did not refer to Lepidoptera.
Well, the competent authority, the normal practice is that they consult with the relevant stakeholders and they incorporate the views of the relevant stakeholders, which in this instance was SNH. Did you know that?
I knew that SNH had been consulted, yes.
Could you turn, please, to paragraph 5.8 at page 22?
Yes, I have it.
And again, we find there that it's reiterated that as there could be, or it's recognised that there could be any number of possible impacts on important ecological features arising from a development. However, it is only necessary to describe in detail the impacts that are likely to be significant.
Yes, I see that.
And if you turn to paragraph 5.25, we find there an explanation of the concept of significance effects.
Yes.
.26, the statement is made, a significant effect is simply an effect that is sufficiently important to require assessment and reporting so that the decision maker is adequately informed of the environmental consequences of permitting a project. Significant effect, is a positive and negative ecological effect that should be given weight in judging whether to authorize a project. So it's clear from that, isn't it, that the environmental statement has a very specific purpose. It's not to survey and report upon all noteworthy species, but to assess and report upon effects, significant effects on particular habitats or species that may be adversely affected.
I understand what you're saying. If I can interpret it as a non-expert, once it had been decided that the small blue butterfly, the northern brown argus and Cariocolum blanduloides should be included, then presumably this is when Alba Ecology decided whether or not there was likely to be a significant effect. To achieve that understanding, my concern is that they would have been better to ask advice on the ecological requirements of those species so they could assess whether the effect would be significant. They clearly felt it was not, and that is very clear in their wording, and my concern is that I disagree with that, and I think the effects would be significant. So I hope that summarises for you my understanding of where we got to with those.
Well, it summarises your position that insofar as you make criticisms in section 6 of your inquiry report of the methodology, those are criticisms that were not supported by the statutory advisor on natural heritage, SNH. Is that not the case?
Well, that may well be the case. If I have misunderstood the technicalities of this, and my criticism is based on a poor understanding, I am not a technical expert, I do apologise, but that was, my understanding was to do with particularly the lack of understanding, sorry, let me try and find the words to say it, that Arbor Ecology did not consult to understand the ecological requirements of the species, which I felt was appropriate and necessary to understand the significant effects. That was the basis of my concern. If that is not an appropriate concern in the technical, in the correct wording here, then I apologise, I have criticised wrongly.
Essentially, for those experienced in the EIA process, the significance of SNH not requiring assessment in relation to Lepidoptera was that as they had, through the scoping process, determined those receptors that they considered would be likely significant effects, it followed that they didn't require work on Lepidoptera because as far as they had come to conclude there would be no likely significant effect. And that was without detailed assessment work being done. It was based on knowledge of the site and consulting internally between themselves.
A few minutes ago, I think you told me they hadn't consulted on the Lepidoptera, and I regret the fact that SNH did not wish to include the Lepidoptera, which after all include 2 red data book species. And then we have what I referred to in the environmental statement, where SNH later, in discussion with Arbor Ecology, did include 3 species of Lepidoptera. So I'm sure you will understand why, as a layman, if you can call me that in this terms, was confused about exactly what or was not being advised for inclusion. But I understand that the initial scoping did not include Lepidoptera. I'm very happy to accept that.
I think there may be some confusion. I don't accept your interpretation of the relevant paragraph in the ES, that it's correct to infer from that SNH concluded there were 3 species to be examined. That was Arbor Ecology's decision to examine those 3 species mentioned there, together with Fonseca fly, Fonseca seed fly.
The wording which I looked at, and if I have misunderstood this, I am sorry. It said, in consultation with SNH and local experts, 4 species were noted of being of particular concern / importance with regard to the proposed development. These included 3 Lepidoptera and so on. I'm sure you can understand why I interpreted that as I did, even if you now tell me that is an inappropriate understanding.
Well, I think from your answers to me, I understand why you interpreted it that way, because in reading that paragraph, you weren't drawing the distinction, the necessary distinction as to whether they were receptors upon which a likely significant effect was predicted. This was simply identifying, a first stage of identifying species that should be looked at for the purposes of scoping.
I completely accept that SNH did not ask for scoping of Lepidoptera.
In paragraph 6.8 of your inquiry report,
now please will you lead me to where I'm meant to be looking?
page 21, paragraph 6.8.
6.8. I have that.
In there you say, I am aware that SNH did not highlight any Lepidoptera issues in their scoping. We've dealt with that. However, absence of advice from SNH does not prevent exercise of professional judgment by their ecological consultant. Can we agree, based upon the discussion we've had so far this afternoon, that it's clear that Arbor Ecology, this particular topic demonstrates that Arbor Ecology did exercise their own professional judgment?
They did. They had a discussion with whoever it was in that paragraph. They decided to include 3 Lepidoptera, but then, in my view, because of an inadequate understanding of the ecological requirements of those species, they then didn't take that further.
Do you accept that both Dr. McMullen and Dr. Cosgrove are very experienced ecologists, or very experienced ecologists and botanists, in the case of Dr. McMullen?
Yes, I do.
You then go on to say, in my view, the ecological consultants, is that a reference to arbor-ecology?
Yes.
As members of SAIM, failed to abide by the SAIM guidelines, sections 4.1, 4.2 and 4.4. So do you now withdraw that accusation?
As I have said, I understand that they did exercise their professional judgment on the selection of those species. My anxiety, as if you read on, is that they didn't then pursue their knowledge of those species thereafter, accepting that they are not experts in Lepidoptera. But that may be a non-technical understanding of the CIEEM guidelines.
It's a serious allegation to suggest there's been a failure to adhere to professional guidance, isn't it?
Yes.
Were you here when Dr. Cosgrave gave evidence about the fact that a complaint from an objector, a hearing before a disciplinary board?
Yes, I was here.
And you therefore understand that SAIM concluded that there was no basis upon which to uphold the complaint?
Yes, I heard that then. I didn't know that when I wrote this. I didn't know that such an activity had taken place. But I did hear it when he was being cross-examined.
And for the purposes of examining that complaint, as Dr. Cosgrove has advised, SAIM fellows of, excuse me, a moment. To put it another way, fellows of SAIM reviewed the environmental statement and did not think there was a failure to adhere to the guidance.
I heard that in Dr. Cosgrove's cross-examination. Had I known that before I was party to the writing of this here, I'm sure I would have altered my wording.
You mentioned in your evidence in chief this morning about the habitats, I think, of the small blue butterfly, or the habitat as sand hollows. Is that correct? On the ridge?
Yes. The Dr. Prescott, who is here, in 2018 was on the site and surveyed the presence of eggs on the kidney vetch, and he found the small blue butterfly only in the small hollows that are along the ridge of the main dune ridge, but just at on the inland side. I don't know if that makes it clear enough to you. The ridge is a relatively simple structure. Marram grass goes right to the top, and just behind that ridge and just below it, in some cases only a metre or so below it, there are a series of sand hollows, and that is where the kidney vetch occurs and where the small blue butterfly eggs were found.
Could you have before you, please, CD 1.40?
I'll ask for it to be provided, please. Yes, I have that in front of me.
think the area that you're referring to are the habitat types SD 6B, 5B, and 7X, I think, which is the far eastern edge of the site, the eastern boundary of the SSSI.
I quite understand why you've identified those numbers. I can't make complete sense of that on this. Some of these hollows, if I may say, are smaller than the size of the tables that we're sitting on or sitting by, and so I don't believe that they would show up on a map of this scale. I'm struggling for a moment to find the reference to SD and
it's an open dune, essentially.
yes, they are open dunes in the sense that there is nothing but sand and then kidney vetch in these, but they are so small that they wouldn't appear on a map of this scale.
No, you're misunderstanding,
Okay.
Dr. Young. I'm not putting this to you for the purposes of saying that they have been mapped on this. This is an MVC. This is NVC mapping. I'm just wanting to identify with you what you're referring to as the ridge, and I'm suggesting that the far eastern edge, 4 dunes overlooking the beach, that's where you're referring to as the main ridge.
The 4 dunes overlooking the beach.
Sorry, overlooking the 4 dunes. You're talking about the ridge that overlooks it.
The main ridge that overlooks the 4
Yes.
dunes, and it's just behind that ridge that is the sites that I'm talking about. Is that properly clear? Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to be sure that the reporters knew
Yes.
what you were referring to.
Yes. I'm sorry I couldn't be there on the day that we visited the site recently, otherwise this could have been pointed out. I do beg your pardon.
I'm not criticising you all the time. Dr. Young, please don't assume that. Have you looked at the golf course footprint to understand the extent to which that footprint may or may not affect this area?
Yes, I have. And it has no direct effect. So if I may, is now the appropriate time for me to explain why I think there will be an effect? I would...
If we could just do this in a structured way. You're confirming that there would be no direct effect from the footprint, but I think what you're suggesting or wanting to address in your evidence is that, in your opinion, there would be an indirect effect.
Yes, none of the golf course features would land exactly on those sites. I accept that. However, if when I looked at the Professor Pye's material and also the material from, and I've forgotten the initials of the other report that refers to the movement of sand, but I imagine that you know what I mean. I want to point out to you, if I can, a difference in scale. I am not concerned at this moment with whether or not the dunes, which are regarded as sort of in stable equilibrium, I'm not concerned with the generality of the whole dune and whether there are likely to be blowouts or whatever. I want to explain what it is I am concerned about, because it was suggested, for instance, in Professor Pye's precognition, where he talks about the fact that it might be judicial to use soft engineering methods to provide some stability. Now, this is my concern at a local scale, because if I explain how these habitats work on the dune, in very normal times, possibly even today or in the last 2 or 3 days with strong winds, a small amount of sand is blown up over the dune ridge and into these hollows. This is not at the context and the scale where a whole dune blowout might occur. This is a small amount of sand that blows. I'm referring in Professor Pye's precognition to page 3 at the bottom, where there's some bullet points that go over the page that are to do with soft engineering. Now, the significance of the soft engineering, in my view, because I've seen soft engineering in other places, and it's very effective at trapping sand on the shore rather than at the top of the ridge, is that would reduce the amount of sand, small accretions of sand, that would blow to the top of the dune ridge, and then as the wind speed dropped, it then drops into these hollows in the area immediately behind the dune ridge. Kidney vetch is a plant which is not competitive. It can be smothered by a whole range of other plants, including coarse grasses, and its seeds germinate in bare ground. And so the significance of this sand is that it blows across the ridge into these hollows, would tend to smother the competitive species of plant, and therefore provide an opportunity for the kidney vetch to seed there and to grow there without competition. And that's what small blue butterflies require, and it's what the kidney vetch requires. So it's at the small scale that I'm anxious about the movement of sand, which might be reduced by the soft engineering proposed for what is actually a larger scale concern.
You say there, Dr. Young, might be reduced. This is a possible effect that you're talking about. It's a concern that you're talking about. Are you aware that the proposed condition that addresses the possibility of coastal erosion requires a coastal retreat plan and separately approval of the soft engineering practices, if they were implemented, would follow upon consultation with SNH?
I'm sure that will be right, but as I have read what has been put here, the soft engineering is the most likely condition. Now, I think my role in this is to point out potential risks so that the precautionary principle can be applied by the reporters. And so I have an anxiety which I believe is a real one, having read this precognition and the other documents, that soft engineering might well be used. And if it is used, that would certainly reduce the amount of sand blowing across the top of the dune. So I understand that this is a risk, it's not a certainty, but that I naturally have to take into account.
Do you accept that kidney vetch is able to grow in close vegetation? And I'll give you an example, base-rich grassland.
Yes, kidney vetch grows in a great number of different locations, but always where it's in either low or no other vegetation, and it actually prefers open areas because the seeds germinate in open areas. So where it's present in actual grassland, it tends not to be a dominant plant or a plant that is going to succeed. And if you look at the small blue butterfly and its locations, it specifically, in Scotland, it specifically occurs in places like shingle, on river shingles, on coastal systems where you have bare sands and gravels around the kidney vetch. And if I had to characterize the preferred habitat of the small blue, you would say you want an abundant open area of kidney vetch that is flowering freely and is not overshaded by other things, with nearby some taller grass on which the adult butterflies roost overnight. The taller grass in this case would be marram grass, and the hollows provide the sort of dominant sward of kidney vetch that the small blue needs.
Could you look, please, at APP 2.12?
Which document is that, sorry?
APP 2.12. It's one of Dr. Cosgrove's references.
My problem is I have quite a lot of bits of paper in here, and I didn't write the actual...
I think it'll be provided to you.
Yes. Thank you. Which one is it? I'm sorry we're struggling to find this particular document. Could you give me a title for it as well, please?
The Millennium Atlas of Butterflies in Britain and Ireland. We probably have a copy here.
Is it?
APP 2.12. Have you got it?
I don't have the entire atlas. I don't have the entire atlas, but I do
No,
have
you don't
this.
need the entire
No,
atlas.
which bit would you like me to have?
Page 147, please.
I have that.
And if you look at the top of the second, well, to put it into context, there's a discussion about where the food plant thrives. And do we see on the left-hand column, on most grassland sites, conservation measures for the small blue will require continuation of suitable grazing regimes to maintain high densities of flowering kidney vetch in a mosaic of short and tall sward. The food plant thrives best in a sparse sward with small patches of bare ground where seeds can germinate freely, which I think was the point that you were making. Periodic ground disturbance may be thus essential in sites that cannot be grazed. Care has to be taken not to graze too heavily during the summer, especially with sheep, which can remove the flower heads where larvae are feeding. For this reason, the best sites are either grazed predominantly by cattle or by sheep during the autumn or winter. Rabbits could also eat flower heads and may cause problems. On other sites, especially in coastal areas, natural processes of erosion are sufficient to maintain the food plant, together with minimal amounts of scrub removal. However, the small size and remoteness of some sites may mean that even simple measures may be difficult. And then right down to the bottom, do you see this in the last paragraph, halfway through, there's a sentence that begins, Fortunately, breeding conditions for the small blue appear quite simple to create, and there are many opportunities to restore connections between colonies, for example, along disused railway lines, on derelict sites and quarries, and on new road verges. So this doesn't suggest that the problem that you're concerned with is one that can't be overcome and managed.
I didn't say it couldn't be managed. As far as I can see, all that you have read out there agrees entirely with what I said. And I completely understand that I'm not in this position, but suppose I was to manage the small blue butterfly at Coul Links, I could easily produce some new scrapes that would be ideal for it. But I didn't see in any of the material that was suggested in any of these documents that such management might be considered. I'm not saying it should have been, but I agree with you that it would be possible.
So you agree that small scrapes would be a positive management technique for the small blue?
In certain circumstances, I'd need to look at the particular sites and the other vegetation around and what the substrate was like and this, that and the other, of course I would. But you can manage for the small blue by scraping vegetation and taking off vegetation and exposing bare sands or gravels.
You refer to Professor Pye's evidence causing you concern in relation to soft engineering measures, but he also mentions within his evidence that it would be good practice for the purposes of improving the sand dune habitat to carry out a number of small scrapes, because his evidence is that there's been over-stabilisation within the inner dune system. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I read that. He wasn't referring to these particular sites, as I understand it, along the dune ridge. But I completely agree with you that those might well be beneficial things to do in the general context of the stability of the dunes. That was a different point and something I haven't mentioned in my precognition.
You haven't mentioned it in your evidence. But also separately, for instance, Mr. Taylor in his evidence and I think also Dr. Macmillan has discussed that the objective for the environmental management plan would be to achieve 10 to 15% bare sand across the site. That would be a positive thing for the small blue, wouldn't it?
It depends entirely on the nature of that bare ground. If it was a dune blowout, initially that would be unsuitable for kidney vetch. If it was small scrapes placed within some relatively uncompetitive vegetation, that might be. But that would need a great deal more consideration and thought, and it isn't just, let's have some more scrapes.
I think that's well understood on this side of the room, Dr. Young. There's sufficient expertise within the team to understand what is involved in providing this mitigation measure. And there's no suggestion of a blowout being the mechanism by which that is achieved. So this has been considered by the applicants and addressed, but you don't acknowledge that in your evidence.
I wasn't aware that there was expertise on your side of the table to do with butterfly ecology, and therefore that you have people who would know quite what small blue needs. But if you tell me that you think they are, then there we are.
Are you aware of the neck-to-net work, as it's described? It's an initiative between golf clubs in Ayrshire, where they're specifically working to establish a wide corridor of bare sand with kidney veg for small blue. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that name. I know that recently they have tried to reintroduce small blues into one or two Ayrshire sites, and one of them I'm practically certain was on a golf course. As I understood it, the success of this recolonisation is not yet certain, and I did not know that there was a proposal to make corridors between different golf courses.
Did you know, or have you read the habitat management mitigation measures proposed in the environmental statement, specifically to benefit Lepidoptera?
Can you take me to the right place, please?
5.7.3 at page 221.
And I beg your pardon, is this in the environmental statement?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, right, thank you.
It's CD 1.7.
Oh.
CD 1.7, sir, page 221.
I have this in front of me whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I now have it too. Paragraph 5.7.2.3. You said you weren't aware of this management proposal, but do we see in the second bullet point, ensuring the kidney vetch population at Coul Links is maintained and where possible expanded for the small blue. Kidney vetch is found commonly across Coul Links. It's a species that readily colonises disturbed ground, but which can be out-competed by other species in later years. And we can see that there's a specific reference to butterfly conservation. And you will note above the reference to butterfly conservation that it's being proposed because it would create small bare sand scrapes to encourage the small blue population.
Yes, I have seen this. It doesn't refer to the areas where the small blue occurs on Coul Links. It refers to other areas. And where you see something like kidney vetch is found commonly across Coul Links, then alarm bells ring because it may occur across Coul Links, but the butterflies do not occur there. I would welcome ideas to try and produce new habitats for it, but I'm afraid as I read this, creating butterfly banks, which is a technique which to my knowledge has not necessarily succeeded with small blue, but certainly small bare sand scrapes would encourage it. So, and this was based, as you say, on a leaflet from Butterfly Conservation, I believe. So I can see that that has relevance. I'm afraid I thought that it had been led by an oversimplified understanding of the small blue population. The small blue ecological requirements.
Well, acknowledging as you do, Dr. Young, that you aren't familiar with the EIA process, this is simply a statement of intent as to what the applicants would do in the management of the site. Can we see from the introductory sentence to these bullet points that it's noted that the detail of habitat management is yet to be agreed upon and detailed in the site management plan, but will include, so it's just a summary of measures that are worked upon, but there's still considerable work to be carried out in order to specifically work up the proposal.
I saw many references to the Coul Links site management plan. Of course I did. And I welcome the thought that that has been considered. But of course I don't have what I would regard as convincing detail of what will be done. I have here are some examples of some hopeful thoughts perhaps, but they seem to be based not necessarily on a full understanding of these butterflies. And so my position is the precautionary one, that as far as I can see, the management plan has not been agreed. There's no strong detail associated with it, and therefore I have to live with what we have at the present. And what we have at present, I think, is a potential risk.
Well, I would suggest to you that the reason you identify the detail as being deficient is because you have unrealistic expectations as to the purpose of an environmental statement.
You may say that to me. I had hoped that the environmental statement might, at least for these 3 species, which is after all not the thousands that were mentioned earlier, that might have included a full understanding of those 3 important species. And I'm sorry if you don't think that that sort of thing would normally be in an environmental statement.
Well, we're specifically discussing at the moment what you would have liked to have seen by way of detail for the site management plan. And in that regard, what I'm suggesting to you is that your expectations are unrealistic as to what should be available at this point.
I'm sorry if you think that.
Do you know that the condition linked to that would require the approval, consultation with and approval of Scottish Natural Heritage?
Sorry. Yes, I do understand that.
Could you look at the Ramsar citation which you mentioned in your evidence, please? That's CD 5.3.
CD 5.3, I have the information sheet. Is that the one you wish me to look at? I have it in front of me.
I just want to ask you a few questions about your evidence before lunch, as to how you interpret paragraphs 19 and 20. Am I correct to understand that you do not think the noteworthy fauna are limited to the particular species of invertebrate listed at paragraph 20?
What are you asking me about them? Sorry.
Paragraph 20. Do you
Yes,
have
I have that, yes.
Did I understand correctly your evidence, which is that you do not interpret this document as meaning that the noteworthy fauna are limited to the 4 invertebrate species listed in paragraph 20?
I think the key thing there is are limited to those 4 species. And the reason I say that is that earlier on it just refers to, I think it's in 12, and red data book invertebrates. And of course you will be aware that Caricolum blanduloides and another species actually we haven't talked about so far are red data book. So I think I interpreted that as meaning that there might be some other relevant invertebrates. And as you know, I'm not an expert on the legality of these documents, and if that is an error, I'm sorry about that, but of course these other species were then included by Alba Ecology. So I think I felt that I was justified in thinking as I did.
Could we go to one of your references, please, MY-06?
Is that Butterfly Conservation's UK Conservation Strategy 2025? Yes.
Could you turn to page 8?
I have page 8.
Just to put it into context under the heading Conserving Habitat Specialist Species, habitat specialists tend to be restricted to patches of high quality semi-natural habitat. Ecological studies of these species have identified that habitat loss, declining habitat quality due to management change, fragmentation or isolation of remaining habitat as the 3 primary drivers of decline. And then in the paragraph below, do we see declining habitat quality can be reversed through appropriate habitat management, and this remains butterfly conservation's core conservation activity. However, generic prescriptions are usually insufficient, as most habitat specialist species require bespoke management in order to provide high quality habitat. And in order for this to be effective, metapopulation theory suggests that the targeted management to maintain, restore or create high quality habitat needs to be applied at the landscape scale, targeting individual sites but taking account of their spatial context in terms of area and isolation. So bearing in mind that is the position of butterfly conservation, a habitat management plan for Coul lynx would be a very positive thing.
I agree that if there was a properly researched and developed and approved habitat management plan at Coul lynx, that would be a very good thing.
And are you aware that golf courses are aware that this is a good thing, and that to increase biodiversity on golf courses, they're carrying out specific measures to benefit butterfly populations?
Could you just repeat the first part of what you said then, because I'm not sure I agree with that.
Well, are you aware that golf courses are taking specific measures to increase biodiversity, including seeking to increase the populations of butterflies?
I know that there are some golf courses that do that. Of course, the context is if the golf course's first action in development is to have significant adverse effects on the butterflies, then whatever they do thereafter might be considered in a different context than if they are a golf course which then, as it were, de novo tries to improve things. But I am aware of that. I've been to quite a number of golf courses where there are areas which are managed for butterflies, but they're not golf courses that I can picture on SSSIs. And yeah.
But we can see from this passage that I've taken you to that butterfly conservation recognise targeted management is what's needed.
Yes, and that is exactly what I was saying a little earlier on. It has to be, by targeted, it means targeted to the species, but it means in the context of a good understanding of what that species needs. And I think that's what I was trying to explain earlier on.
In your evidence in chief, you were asked about some of Dr. McMullen's evidence, and I would suggest that it wasn't put in the proper context, that when he was giving evidence about how you would survey for invertebrates, he wasn't talking about Lepidoptera specifically, he was referring to invertebrates in general.
First of all, may I put away our last reference now?
Yes,
sorry, it's rather taken up rather a lot of space on my desk. It's okay. Could you point me in the right direction in Dr. McMullen's, is it in his inquiry statement or his precognition, so that I have it in front of me?
No, I can't, I'm afraid, because what was being put to you by Mr. Coul was the evidence that he gave to the inquiry. It's not in his inquiry report or precognition. It was the evidence that he stated in response to a question.
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't been here for the complete inquiry, and although I've looked at the webcam when I can, I don't specifically remember hearing that. I do, on the other hand, in discussion amongst the conservation grouping here, there was a certain discussion about that because I was the obvious person to answer that query. I can talk about Lepidoptera clearly. I could talk to some extent about other invertebrates, and that might involve...
I think you're misunderstanding, Dr. Young, and I'm not inviting you to have a general discussion about issues. Perhaps if we go to a document, it might assist. SNH-52, I think, probably was the document that Dr. McMullen was discussing in his oral evidence.
SNH-52. Right, I'll ask for it. Thank you. I gather it's being provided for me, but it's at the top of the hall, so there'll be a moment until it appears. I now have in front of me a research paper from the Journal of Applied Ecology called The Composition of the Beetle and Spider Faunas on Fragmented Heathlands. Is that the correct one?
That, as I understand it, is the document that...
It seems to have a penciled 5.2 at the top, so I hope that's the right one.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Could you look at page 939?
I'm sorry, page 939.
Page 939, yes. And the point that was being made by Dr. McMullen was under reference to the sentence towards the end of page 939. Do you see the sentence beginning, most of the above species were common on small heathlands? It's about 4 lines up from the
Yes,
bottom.
I see that, yes.
Just to put it in context, most of the above species were common on small heathlands, but rare or absent on large, and may have been more common in other biotopes or at heathland edges.
I see that sentence.
And that was being referred to by Dr. McMullen for the purposes of making the point that edge effect is not necessarily a bad thing.
Yes. I believe what I said this morning, I hope what I said this morning, was that as far as the Lepidoptera at Coul links are concerned, edge effects will not be beneficial. But I made a passing reference to rides in woodland, which are after all the edge of the woodland and might be quite rich. And I'm happy to accept that here is something to do with beetles and spiders at the edges of these small heathland patches. So I didn't say that it was never correct. I did say that on this occasion it wasn't. And I made a reference to the proportion of edge to the centre. And that is a very common research finding, that for species that need to live within a woodland or within a heathland or whatever, needs to be away from the edge. So I generalised, and then I said, well, for the Lepidoptera at Coul links, this is not important. I hope that's what I said.
Well, it wasn't exactly, and certainly on this side of the room we took it as being led from you as a criticism of Dr. McMullen's understanding. Now, this was being put forward by Dr. McMullen in relation to invertebrates in general. Did you understand from those around you that he was putting the point forward specifically in relation to Lepidoptera?
No, I didn't think he was talking specifically about Lepidoptera. If I may say, I thought the comment was presented rather simplistically, and that it isn't always the case, and with particular reference to Lepidoptera at Coul links, it's certainly not the case. I'm sorry if I misspoke this morning and I didn't make that clear.
Did you hear Dr. McMullen's evidence, or was it an account that was given to you of it?
As I say, I wasn't here for it. I heard some by watching the webcam, and I also, because I didn't hear all of it, spoke to one or two of my colleagues in the Conservation Coalition to get some consideration of what other things he may have said. So if I was misinformed, I do apologise, but the clear point is that for Lepidoptera, the edge effects are not relevant, and therefore, if it was intended as a general comment, then that was an oversimplification. But my apologies to Dr. McMullen if I've misunderstood that.
We know, obviously, that you're being led as an expert on this subject, but in giving evidence to the inquiry, are you doing so on behalf of the butterfly conservation, or are you also an objector yourself to the development proposal?
I was asked to provide my evidence by Butterfly Conservation Scotland, but I am an enthusiast for butterflies and moths, and I am personally concerned that some of the rare species at Coul Links are likely to have significant adverse effects applied by the development. So the answer is, principally, I have agreed to do this for Butterfly Conservation Scotland, and I hope in an objective way. But I do also have a personal view that the rare butterflies and moths at Coul Links might be adversely affected.
So did you yourself object to the application?
No, I didn't put in a personal objection. I thought that my work with butterfly conservation, my work focused through butterfly conservation, would be a more important method of doing this.
Thank you, Dr. Young. That concludes the cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson. Mr Collar, are you ready for re-examination at this point?
Can I suggest a brief break? It'll probably just make it faster.
Okay, is 5 minutes enough? Okay, so thank you very much. We can start again at 15:15. Please, Mr Collar, thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, Dr Young. If I can take you back to the SIEM guidance that was discussed at the beginning of the cross-examination. So that's the document APP24, the 2016 edition.
I'm sorry, I no longer have that in front of me. It was provided. It's now been put away somewhere, and please, can I be helped?
I'm glad to make it clear that this is not entirely stage managed.
Yes, we should have got our ducks in a row.
Do you have?
It's on its way.
For those who do have a copy and can be looking it up, it's going back to paragraph 19.
Oh, God. Paragraph 19.
Yes.
That's immediately under the heading Differing Scales of ECIA and Proportionate Approach.
Yes.
Yes, I do have that.
So you were taken to various aspects of this paragraph, and if we can start with, it's on the third line. It says, however, the level of detail required in ECIA will inevitably be proportionate to the scale of development and complexity of its potential impacts. If we can take that in steps, can I ask you to comment on the implications of the scale of this golf course development?
Well, I am naturally concerned that whatever you may agree about the actual land take, if you see what I mean, all the other effects associated with the development mean that I believe this will have a very large impact. The scale of the development will be great, and with a real complexity of potential impacts.
Thank you. I think you've just answered the next question before I asked it, because I was going to ask about the complexity. So, bearing in mind what you've just said about scale and complexity, what would you consider to be a proportionate approach when assessing the impact?
Well, I would take it that if I believe that it is a major development that's highly complex, that the proportionate response would be a large response, a detailed response.
Staying within these guidelines, if we can move to paragraph 2.3, which is within the scoping section.
I'm sorry, I've just got myself lost on this. I do beg your pardon. And I'm struggling to make it work for me.
We can provide a hard copy
No,
that would assist.
I think I'm working it now, so with luck, I will manage this. I'm amongst the twos, and so you want me to go to 2.3?
Yes.
I've just been offered a hard copy. May I switch to that?
If you prefer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's most helpful. 2.3.
So that's on page 6. The numbers are at the bottom of each page.
Yes, I have it.
So at 2.3, it's in the section dealing with scoping, and it's the second sentence. It says, scoping requires collation of any pre-existing and or relevant background information and the use of professional judgment to determine the sites, species, ecosystems and habitats that are likely to require assessment. So particularly picking up that reference to collating of any pre-existing and or relevant background information, to what extent is that consistent with the concerns you've mentioned in your evidence?
I think this is very central to the concerns that I had. It refers to the use of professional judgment there in relation to this pre-existing and relevant background information. And I think I expected more to follow from the initial recognition that this was, the background information suggested this was a large, important development with likely significant effects and therefore requiring more consideration to be given to the various sites, species and habitats likely to require assessment.
If we move away from that document then, and if we can now look at the Millennium Atlas, which is APP 212.
This is very helpfully in your same thing. May I look at it in here? Yes, thank you. Okay, I've got one now, so so I'll give you this one back.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, I now have that in front of me. Thank you.
You were taken to page 147, and Miss Wilson read through an extract, and I won't go back over that. I'm sure you recall the particular extract. And then she put a proposition to you, but can I just ask for clarity, the extract she read, in your opinion, how relevant is that to this site in Scotland?
Well, I think that's a really good point, because this is by reference to the whole of Britain and all of the small blue sites. And in chalk grasslands and other places down south, and you'll see from the distribution map, it's relatively common in southern England. It's very different in quite the way in which it uses the habitat than it is in northeast Scotland. And if you work around the sites around the inner Moray Firth, all the way along the coast from, I don't know, Buckie westwards, I suppose, and round up to here, then the sites are rather similar in that they are coastal sites that depend upon erosion and sand blow and other things. And so what we have read here is a little bit too generalised compared with Coul links. And if I may say that in my own topic paper, where there's a section on the small blue, it also refers to the things that I was talking about in my evidence, and that I think is more relevant to Coul links itself.
And you touched in that answer on the small blue, and the questions you were asked on cross-examination focused on the small blue. Just so that the reporters are clear, to what extent are you saying that the small blue is the only Lepidoptera indirectly affected by this development?
No, I certainly didn't mean to give that impression, and I'm sorry if I did. I think virtually all of the Lepidoptera there will be impacted to some extent or another. And if I focused on the small blue and the northern brown argus and carrier Coul and blanduloides, that's because that's what was in the environmental statement. But you know that I picked out 7 species as an illustration of the sort of things that would go on, but also that I've got a list of many others that are of conservation concern. Virtually all of those, I'm not going to say all because I would have to go look back at my list, they will certainly be all affected by aspects of this development.
And just for the reporter's notes, I think that information's in table 3 of your topic paper.
Let me just check the table numbers. Table 3 sets out the status, which is very helpful. Table 4 lists habitats and food plant preferences, but I think also very helpfully, Table 5 notes the Lepidoptera in relation to the Ramsar Priority Annex 1 habitats, the Ramsar Annex 1 habitats and the which are not priority, and another of the habitats as well. So Table 5 details the habitats of Coul links, which are priority habitats in the Ramsar sense, and lists the species associated with those habitats. So if you take those tables together, I think they give you a very full view about which species, where, what they do, and what habitats they're in.
You could put the atlas away, and finally I just want to look at a couple of points in the environmental statement.
Thank you. I have it in front of me.
So it's page 221 that you were taken to.
Yes.
And it's the section 5723, the habitat management to benefit Lepidoptera. And you were asked questions about this, and it was put to you that it is clarified there that the detail is to be agreed, so it's a statement of intent, considerable work to be carried out. Again, just so that we are clear, why is this statement of intent not enough to allay the anxieties that you've mentioned in your evidence?
I feel that there are 2 concerns that I have, which are related clearly. The first is that there is, 3 concerns. First of all, you're quite right, it's a statement of intent rather than actuality. Secondly, that there is insufficient detail to allow me to assess these different things in totality. And thirdly, I believe that what has been suggested is based on an inadequate knowledge of the ecological requirements of the species that I am concerned about.
As I said, that section's headed up habitat management to benefit Lepidoptera, and if we go back to page 188 and 189,
Yes, I have it.
At 5381, in relation to small blue, the very final sentence, we see there guaranteed long-term conservation management of cool links is likely to be beneficial to this species. There's a similar reference, final sentence, the next section on northern brown argus, and also on the micro moth, and presumably that is associated with the statement of intent that I've just taken you to. Can you comment on whether there is enough information available at this stage to reach that conclusion that's mentioned in those 3 paragraphs?
I don't believe there is anything like enough detail. The context, of course, is that I believe that if the golf course development goes ahead, there will have been damage to these populations, and so we then are looking to try and recover them. We therefore need conservation management that is going to be beneficial, without the detail as yet that allows us to say that. And so I think to say in such a straightforward way that it's likely to be beneficial to this species is optimistic, perhaps in the extreme. Now, I'm not saying that it isn't possible to conceive of worthwhile conservation management, de novo, but that is not what we're dealing with here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Young. That was all the questions I had, sirs.
Thank you, Mr. Collar, and thank you very much, Dr. Young. It's 25 to 4. The next witness will be Dr. Bowie. I'm just wondering, in terms of the time it might take for him to either deliver his recognition or evidence in chief. Have you any idea, Ms. Wilson, how long that might take, and whether you think there's time for it now?
I would think, sir, about half an hour for his evidence in chief.
So we could perhaps do that, and then perhaps do the cross-examination tomorrow then, if that timescale works. Well, we can see where we are at that point, but if we can maybe take 5 minutes just to get ready and switch over then. Yeah.
Do you want the table moved, sir?
I think it's fine just now, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Do you have your inquiry report and recognition, Dr. Barrow?
Yes, I do.
Could you skip over the introduction in your recognition, but just by way of introduction, your firm took over from Golder Associates. Thank you. And have been providing updated reports on hydrology and hydrogeology. Is that correct? If you could just read your principal recognition, please.
From which paragraph, Hazel?
After the introduction.
The evidence in my inquiry report sets out my involvement in the Coul Links project, and which is mainly associated with impacts on the water environment. It covers one of the topics identified in paragraph 13 of the procedure notice. In addition, I am continuing to work with SEPA to fulfil the requirements of the current car licence application, the Water Environment Controlled Activities Scotland Regulations 2011, for borehole water abstraction for future irrigation. A timeline summary of my involvement in the project is provided in Table 1 of my inquiry report, Appendix or APP 5.1. This recognition serves to highlight the uninformed and unscientific methods of investigation and assessment used by objectors to attempt to characterise and conceptualise the water environment at Coul Links. Indeed, statements and conclusions emerging from these studies are incorrect and misleading. To this end, this recognition draws out key environmental and geological features pertinent to the conceptual understanding of the hydrology at Coul Links, together with highlighting the main deficiencies of the work of objectors as exemplified by the evidence of Dr. Dargy presented on behalf of Coul. The main areas considered include environmental geology, hydrology and hydrogeology, groundwater quality, particularly nitrates, and comparison dune slack systems such as Sandwich Bay, Kent. The ongoing assessment of the water environment, including designated and non-designated GWDTE, develops ecological surveys completed by Alba Ecology Limited, October 2016, together with integrating data collated from previous and additional studies associated with the engineering assessment of landforms and topography, geology, hydrology and hydrogeology. As explained in my inquiry report, this further work associated with the application for the CAR licence required for abstraction for irrigation purposes also serves to address claims by SNH, RSPB and the Conservation Coalition that changes in the water environment and water quality are likely to adversely affect sand dune habitats. This recognition addresses issues raised in the inquiry report of Dr. Dargy in relation to the water environment, and in the interests of brevity, an additional response in relation to comments made by other objectors has not been included in this recognition. It should not be assumed that I am in agreement with assertions by other objectors as regards the likelihood of adverse impacts on the water environment. I have carefully reviewed the sections of the inquiry report by Dr. Thomas Dargy of Coul in relation to impacts on the water environment. The characterisation and conceptualisation of the hydrology at Coul Links presented by Dr. Dargy is based entirely on ecology and without proper consideration of the local environmental geology or continuum mechanics and fluid mechanics. In addition, conclusions relating to groundwater levels, groundwater quality, such as nitrates, are unsubstantiated and made in the absence of reasonable and quantifiable facts. The conclusions can only be considered as uninformed and unproven hypothetical conjecture as a result. Matters associated with contaminated land have been dealt with elsewhere, such as Inquiry Report APP 51, January 2019, and associated correspondence to the Highland Council and SEPA of June 2018. These submissions relating to contaminated land provide a concise and robust rebuttal of uninformed statements and comments made by Coul. The environmental geology at Coul Links is comprehensively reported by the British Geological Survey and confirmed from recent programmes of intrusive site investigation works undertaken by the applicant. The local environmental geology is summarised within previous reporting: Coul Links Golf Course Development Groundwater Dependent Terrestrial Ecosystems Review and Assessment, Stuart Burke Associates, January 2018, reference APP 58. These geological features are proven to be present and uniform across the full area of the application site and without significant deviation to introduce local differences to the hydrology or hydrogeology across the planning application site. Indeed, the recorded and proven local environmental geology does not support Dr. Dargy's conjecture for a domed water table within northern regions of the application site and proximal to Skelbo. In addition, and on the basis of continuum and fluid mechanics, the engineering mechanisms which would be required to generate a domed water table are implausible and cannot be accepted. Dr. Dargy reports seepages observed within former quarry structures present in situ attributed to bedrock groundwater source, referred to as the Dornoch bedrock aquifer. This statement is incorrect. Sand and gravel were mined within these quarries, not bedrock, which is approximately 10 to 12 metres below ground level within eastern regions of the application site. The applicant has expended significant effort to investigate and understand the hydrology and hydrogeology at Coul Links. Indeed, these efforts have extended to programmes of intrusive site investigation works, which, in addition to published data, such as is provided by the British Geological Survey, have informed the development of representative conceptual models comprehensively describing the local hydrology and hydrogeology. In contrast to the conclusions drawn by Dr. Dargy in relation to the local hydrology and hydrogeology, the conceptualisation of the application area made by the applicant are informed from tangible scientific observations and recorded facts. Based on scientific interrogation of available facts, the underlying bedrock aquifer is now understood to be a multi-layered and confined and does not contribute to groundwater regimes present within the overlying superficial soils. Groundwater present within the dune slacks is recharged from shallow groundwater regimes present within the superficial soils. These shallow groundwater regimes are dependent on surface water recharge within and out with the application site. However, and as highlighted within previous reporting in January 2018, man-made features out with and within the application area diverts important surface water recharge away from shallow groundwater regimes supplying the dune slacks. In addition, local man-made features, such as the former railway embankments, also inhibit the natural flow of surface water and groundwater recharge to the dune slacks. An example of this behaviour is the former Loch Nan Con, which was a permanent surface water feature prior to the construction of the railway line. However, following construction of the railway line and severance of recharged surface waters to this loch, this feature gradually disappeared and was no longer recorded in Ordnance Survey OS mapping. However, following abandonment of the railway and recent localised works to improve local drainage, surface water recharge is again reaching the former Loch Nan Con basin, with surface waters accumulating during wet periods over winter. Nevertheless, and as demonstrated by the former Loch Nan Con, I question the source baseline and validity and significance of Dr. Dargy's statements indicating increasing or rising groundwater levels and the associated potential for adverse environmental impact. Dr. Dargy's assessment of water quality, particularly in relation to nitrates, is based entirely on wide-ranging assumptions and supposition and general application of standard Ellenberg indicator values. No factual chemical data describing water quality is presented. In contrast, water quality assessment by the applicant is based on substantiated and independently certified chemical laboratory testing carried out on water samples recovered from shallow and deep groundwater regimes present within the superficial soils and confined bedrock aquifer. These applicant chemical test data demonstrate irrigation waters would be devoid of appreciable concentrations of nitrate. Indeed, the occurrence of nitrate concentrations within waters abstracted from the confined bedrock aquifer present at Coul Links are corroborated by the published literature, together with available chemical test data for nearby groundwater abstraction boreholes, which are publicly available through SEPA online records. It is confirmed these nearby boreholes penetrate the same confined bedrock aquifer which is present at Coul Links. Overall, the validity and appropriateness of the framework used by Dr. Dargy for assessing water quality and the associated future implications for local ecology is unreliable and without reasonable scientific basis. The technical discussions presented by Dr. Dargy rely heavily on past and recent published studies for the golf course development at Sandwich Bay, Kent. The validity and applicability of using Sandwich Bay as a directly comparable case study, particularly in relation to the water environment, is inappropriate and demonstrates a poor understanding of environmental geology. It also ignores the key interrelationships between landforms and topography, geology, hydrology and hydrogeology. Notably, the fundamental differences between the topography, geology and hydrogeology at Coul Links and Sandwich Bay cannot be reconciled, and which makes even general comparisons between the two sites implausible. The main conclusions to highlight from this recognition are as follows. In relation to the water environment, the reporting presented by Dr. Dargy is uninformed, with an emerging conclusions of questionable validity and derived from unsound application of the scientific method. Dr. Dargy's conceptualisation of the geology and hydrogeology at Coul Links is incorrect and unrepresentative of the in-situ environmental geology. Indeed, the purported conceptual modelling is developed from ecological conjecture, which ignores the significance of environmental geology on the establishment of local hydrological and hydrogeological regimes. On the basis of the available and proven geological facts, there are no plausible mechanisms in situ to support the hypothesis for a domed water table at Coul Links. In addition, groundwater recharge to the dune slacks is entirely from shallow groundwater regimes present within the superficial soils. This shallow groundwater regime is recharged from surface waters within and out with the application site. In contrast to Dr. Zargi and other objectors, the applicant has undertaken sufficient works to confidently demonstrate the bedrock aquifer is confined and does not contribute to groundwater recharge within the dune slacks. Current and future water quality assessments prepared by Dr. Dargy are based on subjective and unsubstantiated conjecture, which contrasts with the work undertaken by the applicant. In relation to the water environment, the use of Sandwich Bay, Kent as a directly comparable environment to Coul Links is implausible and ignores fundamental differences in environmental geology and local topography and landforms.
Thank you, Doctor. I just want to raise with you in your evidence in chief certain matters that arose out of SNH's evidence, and particularly the evidence of Professor Angus. You do address in your recognition the main areas that you take issue with the not Coul evidence and Dr. Dargy. So if we could turn to Professor Angus's evidence. You know that a particular issue was whether or not SEPA's involvement in the licensing regime and indeed its advice and its consultation responses are or should be treated as being of relevance to designated groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
In your opinion, is it correct or valid to draw this distinction as between the different responsibilities between SEPA and SNH when assessing the hydrological environment at the site?
Well, the lead regulator for the water environment will be SEPA, but they won't consult. They won't regulate in isolation. They do consult with SNH, as we're aware. They have done through this process.
And so far as the hydrological systems that are relevant to the GWTE areas within the designated site, are the hydrological systems separate?
No. I mean, it's a single groundwater system. It's a single unit. You need to consider the groundwater within the site and out with the site. Out with the SSSI as a single unit. So, in terms of the water environment, it's particularly relevant whether it's designated or a non-designated feature. You have to protect the water environment.
And so far as you are in the process of going through the licensing regime in relation to the irrigation water, will SEPA be concerned as to the use to be made of the water in the irrigation system?
Yes, they will. I mean, they don't consider the abstraction in a vacuum in terms of what the end use of the water is. That will form part of the car licence, and certainly part of the review to gain the car licence.
So far as the car licence is concerned, I think that's a matter that you're directly involved in processing with SEPA at the moment.
That's correct, yes.
And a letter was issued at the end of last week, which has been lodged by SEPA, which is SNH 125. Could you have that, please? Do you need to be provided with a copy? There is reference there to a Regulation 14 notice dated 22nd June 2018. Can you just explain the stage at which the application has got to and how the regulation notice fits into that?
In relation to the Regulation 14, we undertook additional groundwater abstraction tests. The testing was undertaken in accordance with the specification which was set by SEPA, and that process involved a period of pre-test monitoring, a test period, and then subsequent post-test monitoring. We then took the data to provide transitivity and storativity of the aquifer, and we also...
I wonder if you'd slow down a bit. There's an awful lot of information I'm trying to note at the moment.
We then also looked at water quality for the abstracted water. And we subsequently produced 2 volumes of reporting analysing the full abstraction test. And in conjunction with that, we've undertaken a period of groundwater depth monitoring within the abstraction boreholes and also the monitoring boreholes within and proximal to the SSSI.
And at the point that this letter was issued on 7th March, in summary, what further information is SEPA still looking for? You can see it's in numbered paragraph 1 on the first page.
They're looking for an additional six months of groundwater depth monitoring to cover the summer period.
And is this for the purpose of ascertaining the abstraction rate?
No, it's to give confidence that, or to give final confidence that there is indeed no link between the deep groundwater and the shallow groundwater. I say deep groundwater, that within the confined aquifer.
Have you been in detailed discussions with SEPA over this matter?
Yes, we've been involved with them for almost 18 months now. It's been a continual consultation process.
In relation to SNH's concerns about the irrigation water, what is your understanding from the consultation process that you yourself have been involved in with Mr. Patterson as to SNH's position as to the relevance of that matter?
Those consultations were held in April, May last year. The position then was in our discussions with SEPA, we did identify what we thought then may have been an issue with the concentration of nitrates within the groundwater from the aquifer. And certainly we had a consultation with SNH in relation to how we could manage that, how could we deal with that. And through the course of the discussions, it was generally concluded that it was a secondary issue. It was the water quality was something which could be managed, both nitrate and pH being a commodity. Nitrate and pH being a commodity, such that you could easily buy something in to treat the water to strip out the nitrate and reduce the PR, reduce or increase the pH as necessary.
If you look, please, at APP 5.11.
Do you have a copy of that?
Yes, we'll provide that. And in this document, we see an email from you of 27th April 2018 to Dave Mackay of SNH, in which on the second page you say there I note there remain 2 of consideration for SNH, and which comprise, and then you set them out. The second one relates to the use of fertilizers. Is that right? And you say, I do refer back to my earlier request, however, and ask again if it is possible to have sight of the acidic pH data you mentioned earlier this month. pH values as low as 4 were mentioned for the waters in the dune slags. As previously discussed, to date we've been unable to corroborate these acidic pH values.
Sorry, Ilse,
First page. Is it APP 5.11 you have?
APP 511 is an email from David Patterson to myself dated the 11th of May. That's the email, yeah? Starting, Dear Alan, Dave Mackay's asked me.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
And
okay.
do you have that, sir? I was referring to your email, which starts at the bottom of the page of 27th April.
Is that where I commenced? Thank you for taking my call of yesterday.
Yes,
right.
That's correct. So we're literally on the same page now. And I was referring you to the second paragraph of that, which I think is the issue that's then addressed in Mr. Patterson's email. And can you just explain what issue was outstanding that you were discussing with him on the call?
It was the issues associated with water quality from the deep boreholes, principally nitrates and pH. There'd been some pH values quoted in a previous discussion with either Dave Mackay or Dave Patterson, and it really was that I was just asking for the kind of their source or their data source associated with those pH values. The pH values they quoted were certainly different from the pH values that we'd recorded from water sampling on the site.
And if you go to the response from Mr. Patterson, and if you could read out the last paragraph in that.
At this present time, you are correct in suggesting that pH values and the nitrate content of the abstracted water are now secondary to the main issues we are considering. We acknowledge your previous comments that pH and nutrient values can now be balanced within the reservoir. Therefore, I will leave it up to you to gauge whether this information justifies any more of your time.
What did you take from that paragraph?
I concluded we'd taken it as far as we could. We'd explained how we were going to manage the water quality should nitrates and pH persist at unsuitable levels for using it as irrigation water, and that we'd satisfied SNH that a management plan or some form of treatment could be used prior to application of the irrigation waters.
And what conclusion did you draw as to whether it was necessary to spend more of your time on this?
Other than look at possibilities of treating the water to remove the nitrate or to increase or lower pH, and it was really just to inform a cost risk for the applicant and what may need to have been done. But in terms of further discussion, further water quality testing, nothing further was taken. I didn't feel there was any urgency, particularly given the conclusion there from Mr. Patterson at SNH.
Now, there's mention in Professor Angus's inquiry report, paragraph 22, of the threshold values contained within the UK Technical Advisory Group technical report, and that's SNH 78. Could you have that before you? It'll be provided to you. And look, do you have it yourself, or? Could you turn to section 9, please? There's discussion both in the evidence of Professor Angus and also Dr. Dargy about these threshold values and what is the correct threshold value. On page 9.1, there's one table, and against wet June, there's a nitrate trigger value of 3 micrograms per litre of nitrogen. How does that relate? How does that value relate to the issue of irrigation waters?
The UK this document, UK tag document, is referenced within the SEPA groundwater assessment values, groundwater assessment guidance. It's WAT PS10, and this value of 13 micrograms per litre of nitrogen, when converted into nitrate, is given in Table 5. It's 13 milligrams per litre of nitrate. That 13 milligrams per litre of nitrate is reproduced within Annex 8 of the SEPA document WAT PS10, and is used to inform as an assessment limit for GWDTE. SEPA state within the Annex 8 that this 13 represents a GWDT which is significantly distressed.
And do we see an explanation above that table where it says for groundwater purposes we need to convert these into nitrate expressed as NO3 in micrograms per litre?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
And it's said that this is done by dividing the figure as n by 14 and multiplying by 62. And this approximates to a multiplication of 4.4, which results in the TV shown in Table 5.
That's correct, yes.
Sorry, what is the baseline figure for the site in the context of the 13 micrograms per litre?
The water quality data that we have for the shallow groundwater gives water nitrate values of between 4 and 7 milligrams per litre.
There was also reference made in both Professor Angus's evidence and Dr. Dargy's to a different threshold value from the Environment Agency.
Yes,
People behind you.
if you don't mind. Yeah.
Do you want to take a short break to... it looks as though Dr. Barrow's got a nosebleed.
Yes, of course. Let's have a break until we're ready.
Sir, just while that's happening, sir, just for my notes, understand what point's being developed here in examination chief. I understand that the question was prefaced by a reference to Professor Angus's evidence, but I don't recall this particular document or part of the document having been put to Professor Angus when he gave evidence, and therefore I need to be clear as to what purpose that is being served during examination chief. What is the point that Ms Wilson is driving at?
Well, the simple point is what is the relevance of the figure of 3 from Table 4, 3 micrograms per litre, and which is the correct figure?
And in that context, is it being suggested that Professor Angus used the wrong figure, albeit this wasn't put to him in cross-examination?
Well, I cross-examined his evidence as to that figure. The distinction is being drawn between nitrates and nitrites. I referred to the Environment Agency guidance where there was a figure of 1 microgram per litre referred to. Is that guidance, in your view, relevant to the regulatory situation in Scotland?
No. The Environment Agency has no regulatory position within the water framework for Scotland. That's governed by SEPA, and SEPA have their own independent guidance in relation to how that assessment, the water quality assessment, is undertaken. should also add that water quality guidance also offers assessment limits and also fate and transport mechanisms within the WAP PS10 guidance document. It doesn't relate to any EA documentation.
I'm sorry, so just to go back to the line that was pursued a moment ago, I'm still not understanding the point that's being made. As I recall Professor Angus's evidence, he did relate his evidence to the nitrate figure, which, according to Table 5, is in relation to wet June, is 13 milligrams per litre. So if there is a point being taken that in some way Professor Angus has confused himself, or by reference to this document he was wrong in any way, as I say, I'm really not understanding what the point is. And the point doesn't seem to me to be put to him clearly during cross-examination by reference to this table.
Well, I explored with Professor Angus his evidence and what use he was making of these figures, and I think I also made a comment to, I can't remember which witness, that there was confusion between nitrates and as far as I'm concerned, the questions that I put to Professor Angus centre around these tables, and what is of importance to the inquiry is that there is clarity as to what are the relevant figures.
This is probably not done with such skill, but this is an area where we would probably have been asking questions of clarification anyway, so I think it's helpful to us to get some of these answers from the witness just now, so I'd like to just proceed if we can, please.
Thank you. That concludes the evidence in chief.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Had you finished that question? I mean, and I might not have said it clearly. My point was you could carry on with that because these might have been areas that we would be asking questions about. Did you take something else from what I said there, or are you finished?
No, I had finished. I just wanted to go to that part of the document to establish what the relevant figures were, how you got to them, and how that compared to the baseline condition.
Okay, it's 4:15 now. Mr. Mackay, do you have an idea as to how long you think cross-examination may be likely to take?
I think I'll be about half an hour or so, but this latest chapter, frankly, has left me bamboozled because I'm really not sure what the point is, so I'll have to take instructions in relation to that. In any event, I think Mr. Campbell was going to cross-examine first because his clients have the greater interest in Dr. Bowie's evidence. I'm easy either way, whether I go first or Mr. Campbell goes first, but I think I'll be about half an hour or so, maybe 40 minutes.
Mr. Campbell, have you generally an estimate as to how long you would be talking about?
Dr. Bowie, and I don't know how good he is at answering questions quickly, but assuming that he keeps to his present form, I think I'll be about an hour to an hour and a quarter. I have 6 or 7 points to cover. I'm sorry to say, but that's what I have to do. So I can't finish it today, if that's the supplementary question.
Yeah, and of course, no, that's fine. I think it's probably best if we call it a day then, and if we can start again at 9:30. And in terms of cross-examination, if the intention was for you to cross-examine first, Mr. Campbell, and then Mr. Mackay, then that certainly would be fine for us. So, okay, thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Bowie.